Estamos en vivo, ¿no? Muy feliz lunes a todos ustedes, pero están teniendo una excelente mañana. Muy feliz lunes, inicio de semana. Vámonos con todo, damas y caballeros. Bienvenidos a este casino del tío Salo, donde las cosas se están poniendo calientes. Ahorita vamos a analizar eso, pero como siempre y antes de todo esto, ya saben que me encanta hablar de lo que nadie me preguntó y les voy a dar exactamente eso. Lo que absolutamente nadie me preguntó, y eso es lo de los incendios en toda el área de Los Ángeles y lo que hemos vivido. Solamente quiero aclarar un par de cosas porque hay muchísimas cosas. De nuevo, todo esto yo lo veo con ojos de, soy la agencia de marketing encargada de esto, ¿no? Y eso me ayuda bastante porque puedo entender por qué están diciendo lo que están diciendo, por qué va esto. Mínimo eso creo, ¿no? Hasta ahora ha funcionado bien. Y sobre todo para que no caigamos en las mismas. Sé que es difícil, muy difícil, pero esa es mi intención. Esto es para lo que estamos por acá. Sabemos que los incendios han estado fuertísimos, están devastando absolutamente todo California y devastaron una zona que se llama Los Palisades, devastaron Malibu y están devastando otra zona que se llama Eaton, que está por Calabazas, etcétera. Y los fuegos todavía siguen más controlados, pero todavía siguen quemando. Entonces, esto en cualquier momento, porque se prevé que hoy va a haber más viento, salí en la mañana a caminar a ver las estrellas y efectivamente vi mucho más viento y aparte ese frío. Pero bueno, eso ayuda solamente con lo seco que está todo, que bueno, no ayuda con lo seco que está todo, pero es lo que es. En los últimos días, en lo que hice el último video, han salido muchas noticias, mucha mala información. Todo el mundo siempre se emociona de las mismas cosas pasando. Es muy raro porque todos creen que lo mismo está pasando, pero de otras cosas. Les voy a dar un ejemplo. Hay un rumor donde dice todo el mundo, güey, quemaron todo esto para hacer lo que hicieron en Hawái. En Hawái, damas y caballeros, no sé cuántos de ustedes recuerden, en Hawái lo que pasó, se quemaron todas las zonas pobres y lo que sobrevivió fueron todas las zonas ricas. Y lo que les hicieron en Hawái es efectivamente toda la gente con la zona rica los quiere comprar a toda la zona de los pobres. Eso es bastante, es lo que pasó, es literalmente el Estado intentó robarse la tierra, todo esto sigue pasando, etcétera. Eso sí, claramente. ¿Aquí en California es lo mismo? No, porque quemaste la zona más cara de todo Estados Unidos, o mínimo las más grandes de todo Estados Unidos. ¿A quién le vas a vender la tierra de la gente más rica de todo el mundo? ¿A la gente más rica de todo el mundo? ¿Quién la va a comprar? No, no se las va a quedar el gobierno, porque esta es la gente que le paga a los gobernantes. ¿Por qué creen que están viendo a Gavin Newsom hacer todas estas entrevistas? Los fuegos los hemos tenido muchas veces antes. En el 2018, cuando se quemó mi McLaren, tuvimos fuegos dos veces, una antes de mi McLaren quemándose y una después de mi McLaren quemándose en el 2019. Y los incendios estuvieron loquísimos, se quemó todo, estaba yo en Lake Tahoe de vacaciones y podías ver todos los incendios desde Lake Tahoe, parecía el apocalipsis. Entonces, esta no es la primera vez que se quema, está saliendo Gavin Newsom, el gobernador de California, todo esto, porque esta gente es la que le paga. Esta gente es la única gente tonta que había caído en la ilusión de que un estado democrático era mucho mejor y como vivían en una burbujita, pues nunca tuvieron que salirse de la burbujita o no les pasaba tanto fuera de la burbujita. Entonces, no. Estos incendios no fueron provocados para quitarle la tierra a la gente. Las casas, por ejemplo, si estamos hablando de casas de valor, las más pinches en Palisades costaban $3 millones, sí, pero pinches. Y entre comillas, obviamente. Y las normales, la que ves casa en lo que vas caminando por los Palisades, todas esas costaban entre 6 y 9 millones de dólares. Y obviamente tenías las casas grandes dentro de cada vecindario que llegaban a estar entre 12 hasta 50 millones de dólares tranquilo. Y obviamente también vimos que hubo casas de 110, 125 millones que se quemaron. Ahora, ¿qué es lo que vale en todo este incendio? Para la gente que no lo sepa, la tierra como tal en Malibú es lo que vale el dinero. La tierra como tal en los Palisades es lo que vale el dinero. No habían casas con láseres que los protegían blindadamente y que sacaban hologramas de la nada y que llegabas y sabían quién eras por cómo olías, ¿no? Y si te echabas un pedo que olía un poco rancio, te mandaba Pepto-Bismol tu casa. No, eran casas normales. El precio de estas casas es tan elevado por el terreno. Entonces, ¿qué pasa? Se quema tu casa. El ejemplo de uno de nuestros amigos que se le quemó su casa. Se quema su casa. Su lote como tal vale 5 millones de dólares. Construir su casa, porque solamente, entre comillas, son 3,000 pies cuadrados, le va a costar 1,200,000. Entonces, el seguro no tiene que pagar toda la tierra. El seguro solamente tiene que pagar el 1,200,000 para reconstruir la casa. Por supuesto que va a haber materiales y cosas muy mamalonas que esté perdiendo este tío en esa transacción que tenía, pero hay mucha gente que no. Algo que sí vale la pena notar en esto es, en California no te cambian los impuestos sobre tu propiedad. ¿A qué me refiero? Que si tu propiedad la compraste hace 20 años y sigue subiendo de precio, vas a pagar impuestos de hace 20 años, ¿no? Que es buenísimo para toda la gente que vive acá. Sobre todo los impuestos sobre la propiedad no son altos en California, comparados con Texas, por ejemplo, es el doble. Eh, y en Texas, lo que me pasó es cuando yo estaba viviendo en Austin, cada año me subían los impuestos 30-40% sobre mi propiedad. La propiedad dejó de subir de valor y empezó a bajar y me seguían subiendo los impuestos. Aquí no pasa eso. Pero lo que ocurre ahora con los fuegos, y esto es algo que sí va a pasar, es toda la gente que heredó su casa en esas zonas va a tener que vender porque ya no van a poder vivir en ella. Porque tenían probablemente una hipoteca de nada, su casa valía $5 millones y la mayor cantidad de estas casas, por cierto, no tenían hipoteca. Pero a lo que me refiero con esto es, tienes tu hipoteca, pero también tienes tu, ¿cómo se dice? Cabrón. Se me fue el tren muy cabrón, no les voy a engañar. De lo que están pagando, viene la hipoteca, bla, 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 los seguros. Ah, los impuestos sobre ser dueño, sobre la propiedad, ¿no? Los impuestos de estas personas van a subir considerablemente. Estás hablando choncho, porque van a evaluar todo al precio de hoy y toda esa zona va a tener que repagar nuevos impuestos. Eso no pasaba en muchísimo tiempo en ese lugar. Entonces, esto es de cierta forma bueno para el Estado. Ahora, han visto a mucha gente ustedes que están incendiando cosas, a los inmigrantes y todo esto. Ok, esto es algo de lo que era parte del pasado de California. Yo no soy un genio, no lo tengo que decir, todos ustedes lo saben. Yo no puedo leer el futuro, todos ustedes lo saben. No sé lo que va a pasar mañana, todos ustedes lo saben. Pero entonces, ¿cómo sé que todo esto o cómo sabía que esto iba a pasar? ¿Por qué llevo toda la vida gritando de que Gavin Newsom está creando esto? ¿Por qué llevo todo el tiempo diciendo que nos va a llevar el pene cuando pasen estas cosas? ¿Por qué llevo todo el tiempo quejándome de cómo está gastándose su dinero en criminalización, etcétera? Para crear más criminales, para crear más caos, por qué estamos fondeando el crimen y por qué estamos defondeando la policía y el orden, ¿no? Esa es la pregunta más grande de todo esto. Y esto es como yo lo veo. Es bastante sencillo. Imagínate que yo soy una compañía de seguros, ¿no? Salo LLC. Y Salo LLC que asegura niños, ¿no? La vida de los niños. Y yo aseguro la vida de estos niños. Total, perfecto. Tengo un niño asegurado, se llama Juanito. Juanito tiene 9 años. Y está asegurado, tiene seguro de vida y le voy a cubrir cualquier accidente que tenga. Y en eso me doy cuenta que a Juanito le empezaron a dar alcohol. A Juanito le prestaron le regalaron una pistola de cumpleaños. A Juanito le acaban de decir que debería de probar cocaína a sus papás. Cuando veo esas cosas, yo como asegurador de la responsabilidad, si Juanito se muere, voy a quedar en bancarrota. Estoy viendo lo que los papás le están dando a Juanito, ¿qué voy a hacer? Voy a subir lo que me tienen que pagar para yo cubrir a Juanito, que está con una pistola, está drogado, todo esto, y si no, me voy a tener que ir. California, cuando todo el mundo está hablando de los seguros en este momento y que los seguros están yendo de California y que es inhumano y lo hicieron a propósito, los seguros son el tío Salo LLC viendo cómo a Juanito le estás dando una pistola, le estás dando cocaína, le estás diciendo que puede hacer lo que quiera, lo estás poniendo borracho. ¿Qué crees que va a pasar? Entonces, yo como aseguradora de Juanito, le digo a los papás de Juanito, güey, o le quitas todo esto, me largo. ¿Y qué hizo los papás de Juanito? Dijeron, pues tómatela, güey, voy a conseguir a alguien más que asegure mi casa. Eso es lo que pasó en California. En California, las compañías de aseguración, y también, por cierto, si el seguro está subiendo en tu zona, tienes que entender que algo, hay mala regulación y esto es una posibilidad de todo ello. Lo que nos da es, sabemos que California tiene los vientos de Santana, sabemos que existe el riesgo gigantesco, cualquier bombero te lo puede decir, de que todo esto se prenda. ¿Y qué es lo que tienes que hacer? Tienes que generar políticas para poder limpiar toda la zona de bosques, tienes que limpiar todo el debris que existe en todos lados de árboles secos, etcétera. Tienes que tener cierto flow de agua, reservas de agua, etcétera. Tienes que tener todos estos ingredientes para poder detener estas tragedias de pasar. Porque en Texas, por ejemplo, hay un clima mucho más extremo, mucho más ridículo el terreno en todos lados, pero ¿por qué no pasa? Y estoy hablando en las zonas chingonas en Texas, porque todo está bien cuidado. Viví en Texas, vivo en California, les puedo decir la verdad, la diferencia. Cuando yo vivía en California, yo creí que tener pistolas era de locos. Cuando me cambié a Texas, empecé a notar que nadie se mete con nadie porque todo el mundo tiene una pistola. Empiezas a vivir un poco de todas las cosas. A lo que quiero llegar con esto es, no, las compañías de seguro no se fueron porque sabían que iban a quemar California. Las compañías de seguro se fueron porque a Juanito le dieron todas las pistolas y todos los cohetes y toda la droga y alcohol que pudo al chavo de 9 años. ¿Y qué creen que iba a pasar? Es esto. Y ahora Gavin Newsom se está intentando salvar de esto. Mucha gente dirá, ok, esto es el cambio climático. Vamos por ello. Vamos a decir, vale, es cambio climático. El partido que ha estado en control de California desde el 2011 es el Partido Demócrata, que es el que está sobre todo ayudando al cambio climático y su narrativa es el cambio climático. Esto debió de haber sido preparado porque todos sabemos del cambio climático, ¿no? Ellos están encargados, ellos generan políticas. Entonces, si eso es el caso, nos fallaron tremendamente. La gente que cree en el cambio climático y que está empujando esa agenda nos falló ridículamente. Cuando la verdad de esto es mucho más sencilla. Gavin Newsom se está robando absolutamente todo el dinero de California. Cuesta más vivir en California. Lo estamos viendo como Gavin Newsom solamente diciendo, ok, voy a quitar todas las cosas que hacen que todo cueste un chingo en California solo con una firma ahorita para que los ricos puedan reconstruir sus casas. Güey, ya cabrón, ya, y luego sale a defenderse que con Trump y con Gavin Newsom es el responsable de todo esto, junto con Jerry Brown y Kamala Harris. Y si no me creen, Jerry Brown fue el gobernador de California desde el 2011 hasta el 2019, que fue donde entró Gavin Newsom, ¿ok? Desde ese entonces, Gavin Newsom era el lieutenant, era el segundo en comando de Jerry Brown. De antes de eso, Jerry Brown fue alcalde de San Francisco. Después, ¿quién fue? Gavin Newsom. En el mismo año 2002, 2003, Kamala Harris estaba en San Francisco junto con Gavin Newsom y cuando Gavin Newsom se fue de San Francisco, Kamala se fue con él a Los Ángeles para ser DA y de ahí ser miembro del Congreso. Y esto no se trata de, no es un partido o el otro, solamente quiero que entendamos la gente que es responsable de quemar el lugar que adoro y sobre todo de todas las casas de mis amigos que se fueron al pito y todo lo que está pasando. Y me intenté meter en política en el 2016 porque yo vi esto. Tengo edificios, quiero que sepan, porque voy a regresar simplemente para cerrar esto con lo de la gente prendiendo todo. Teniendo edificios, me empecé a dar cuenta que más y más vagabundos estaban fuera de mis puertas y tocando todos los timbres. Eso fue lo primero. Después vi que se estaban metiendo y le hablaba a la policía llegaba. Después vi que se metían y empezaban a hacer cosas y la policía ya no llegaba. Después estos güeyes se dieron cuenta que ellos podían hacer lo que quisieran y empezaron a drogarse dentro de edificios, usarlos como baños, corretear a toda la gente que trabajaba dentro de los edificios, al punto que tenías que contratar seguridad privada, porque la policía ya no respondía, porque defondeamos la policía. Le vendieron a todos la idea de que no necesitábamos a la policía. Vale, defondeamos la policía y tenemos caos en Los Ángeles. De esto, he detenido, no les puedo decir a cuánta gente, a cuántos vagabundos he detenido prendiendo en llamas uno de mis edificios. No sé qué sea de los drogadictos o qué tipo de droga les encanta, que hay algo con los cohetes, con el fuego que les encanta. Entonces, tienes todo eso pasando al mismo tiempo. Es simplemente algo que tenía que pasar porque pusimos todas las herramientas para que pasaran enfrente de todo. Esto es una realidad. Toda la gente sorprendida en este momento, no entiendo por qué. Gavin Newsom fue el que hizo literalmente todo esto, junto con Jerry Brown, Kamala Harris, todo lo que es la mafia de California demócrata. ¿Y saben qué? Lo mejor de todo esto, no vamos a aprender absolutamente nada. Pero bueno, eso es todo lo que les quería contar de básicamente los incendios. Esta es la realidad que estamos viviendo. No son teorías de conspiración, no le están quitando la tierra a la gente rica. La gente rica es la que compra la tierra cuando se las vas a quitar. Y por la gente rica está Gavin Newsom yendo a todos lados diciendo que hoy tenemos que arreglar esto, porque por fin se le acabó el show. Por fin. Y espero que renuncie y espero que lo metan a la cárcel por todo el dinero que se ha robado de los vagabundos, por todo el dinero que se ha robado de los precios de la gasolina, por los impuestos de la gasolina, por todo el dinero que se ha robado construyendo nuevas viviendas y por toda la falsa información que ha diseminado Gavin Newsom y lo usa en technicalidades. Cuando haces que el crimen es legal y lo haces por todo este tiempo y apenas lo destapas, en agosto fue que lo dijimos, en septiembre, que dijimos el crimen ya es ilegal una vez más en California. Ahorita sale Gabriel y va a decir, el crimen es ilegal y se les ocurra robar. Ay, güey, ¿de dónde vas a sacar a policía para enforzar eso, güey? ¿De dónde? Tú ya la destruiste toda. ¿Y por qué estás cambiando todo ahorita? Eso es algo que les digo que mantengan el ojo pelado. Sin más ni más, nos vamos a ver exactamente cómo va absolutamente todo en estos mercados. Prepárense para el casino de Tío Salo. Tengo aquí a Farhan, tengo aquí a Alex. Estamos listos para darles con todo este análisis. Recuerden, para todos ustedes que son miembros del Elite Trading Academy, les mandamos la señal de este gran corto de Bitcoin que Alex le dio, pero de lleno. Y pues no nos importa si el mercado sube o si baja, seguimos disfrutando del tren. Así que sin más ni más, vámonos a analizar esto. Bienvenidos a toda la gente que está aquí en el en vivo de Vimeo, como de que no. Un saludote a todos, muy buenos días, como de que no. Déjenme pongo a Farhan, a Alex. Wait, Alex, what's going on with your camera? Did you freeze? Did this immediately freeze?
Oh my God.
It had.
What's going on, fellas?
What up?
Did you see what happened? How could this possibly happen? How could the government allow Bitcoin to go down this much? What happened to the supply shock? The supply shock. What happened? Where are my fucking altcoins, man? I was promised 10x, man. Why am I poor again, man?
Oh my God, dude, there's so much chaos right now on what's it called, on Twitter. Everybody's fucking losing their mind, and now you got everyone. You know what this reminds me of? 2022, when the market started like not getting back to like higher highs. Everybody started saying, all right, this is the dip, this is it, and then everybody started arguing at first. We're kind of like in that type of a scenario right now. I don't know, like I said, to me, local top, no doubt.
Cycle is over.
Yeah, but
a lot of people are contemplating that.
Yeah, which, by the way, if they are contemplating it already, we need another super nice pump, right?
Yeah, I'm more on the line of what you're saying.
Of what? Of that we're gonna pump to like 100, maybe get everyone in, and then fuck you all. Yeah. It feels fucky. And also, I'm looking at DXY. I'm looking at the VIX. I'm looking at the 10-year yield. I'm looking at the Federal Reserve. By the way, can I ask you something, guys? Tell me what you think. The Federal Reserve is going to cut rates. That's awesome. But the rates aren't being cut. What is the Federal Reserve going to do now? Now that they can't literally do anything.
They got to figure out some way to print money.
That's really terrible. So let's get to the charts. Number one guy to get here. What do you guys think? Who do you guys think it is?
Is it Brian with Bitcoin?
It is. No, it's actually Forbidden, who's asking for Bitcoin, and then Brian is asking for Sol.
Wow, interesting.
I know. A little change in the roles here. Let's see what's going on with the Bitcoin. Let's see who shares first their screen. Let me get the banner for Bitcoin, of course. It's a classy day. We need a classy banner for it. All righty, sir. Take us home.
Get this connected. Click on the Bitcoins. Gonna have some fun with our Bitcoins.
That is Solana. Solana is a great token. There's a lot of great tokens out there. Probably some of the best. I'm going to buy all this Solana.
I have my own token.
Yeah, that's pretty gangster.
So the monthly, I'm gonna basically get most of our idea from what my bias is right now based off of the monthly view. So right now in the monthly, we have 2 rejections of the median. After that, you have a high probability of coming back down to the bottom 38.2%. But there's going to be 2 levels of support before you get to that level. The main level that I'm looking at right now is the monthly 5 EMA. Well, that one currently sits just below $85,000 at $84,691, $84,700. Right now, momentum is still pointed to the upside with volatility pointed down. That would technically give you a higher percent chance of bouncing from that 5 EMA because momentum is still on the bullish side. Then if you look at the jewel, it's click the settings again. If you click the jewel, it's kind of hard to see right now because it's pink is right over it, but you have switched the jewel momentum oscillator to the light blue buy signal. So that would also give more probability of the 5 EMA holding as support and being used as a spring. Switch over to see how it is on CME. Come on. CME is also the same thing, but CME actually has volatility support to the upside with momentum pointed up, and the jewel still giving you that light blue bicolor. That makes it a higher probability that CME would come back down somewhere around this 5 EMA as well, and that's at 85,360. And you got to remember that CME does. Oh wait, yeah, CME does have a slight premium over spot price action. It's about like $400 currently, $400-ish above spot. So this could probably line up somewhere around like 85,000 to 84,900 on spot, which is basically almost exactly the same as the monthly 5 EMA. And since momentum and volatility are still pointing to the upside, that should theoretically be a spring up towards somewhere around 50% or the 100 or the 100 the 61.8%, where the 50% sits at around $106,000, and the 61.8, which is a little less likely, is around 127,900. Starting to get your George numbers.
What? No, are George numbers going to disappear? Are George numbers going to disappear? Are we going to forget about him, or are we going to still contemplate him?
I don't know. It seems like if that $85,000 area does hold, we might see a low George number around 127.
All right. I like this.
Some hope, yeah.
Starting to get into George territories.
Yes, sir.
Come on, load. Time for our elevator music. It's not loading. What the fuck? What the fuck? Let me refresh this tab. Ding! There we go.
Nice.
The thing did it. Huh? I spoke too soon. There we go.
Yeah, the Wi-Fi today has just been terrible. I think we need to get our upload speed upgraded.
On the 2-week, we are making our way towards this 9 EMA. Right under it is the median. I feel like it's more likely going to go through the 9 EMA and straight to the median. And momentum is currently pointing to the downside and rejecting the bullish control zone. Volatility is still pointed down too. That would give you technically a target of the median. And right now, the median is sitting at $85,500. Just above our monthly 5 EMA. So probably goes a little bit below there to tap that monthly 5 EMA, around $84,700, maybe 84.7 or 84.8. And then from there, it very likely bounces and uses this 2-week median as support as well to spring. Weekly momentum is pointed to the downside, about to break into the bearish control zone. Volatility is flipped up to support it. Oh, fuck it again. And the jewel is now currently giving you a God mode sell signal, breaking out of the critical zone on its way towards the edge of the bullish control zone. Likely means lower. And we're currently bouncing right at 38.2%, which is at 91,418. That level is lost. Almost certainly is going to come back down somewhere around the 50% to this 9 EMA. 50% is about $86,400. 9 EMA is at about $84,000-ish, $84,900 or something like that. Five-day is now bouncing right off the 61.8%, which is at 90,031. Momentum is now breaking into the bearish control zone. Volatility is pointed up to support it. Likely, if it closes below the 50%, it's going to continue dumping further, somewhere around this 21, maybe a little bit below it, which is right now around $88,000. But then maybe next level is 78.6. That one's at 81.6. Likely doesn't make it here though because of that monthly 5 EMA. Momentum on the 2-day is now flipping back down. Still has volatility support. Currently bouncing at the 38.2%, but we have lost these lows now on a week basis. if we close below them significant, also that'll be also a loss of 38.2%, which should then take us somewhere around this 55 EMA towards the 61.8%. That's at around 87,000 to about 85,100. Very, very close to that monthly 5 EMA. Daily is already within the bearish control zone on momentum. Volatility is flipped strongly up 78%. So maybe another swipe before volatility is actually topped out. And if we were to lose the 78.6% at 91,822, next level is going to be this 100 that's sitting at around 87,800. And then anywhere below there is likely not all the way to 95%, but somewhere around that 85,000 number. Also lines up with this top of this wick, I believe. No, not quite.
We're gonna have to get you boys some Starlink.
Yeah, literally.
Do they offer service in Mexico?
Everywhere in the world.
Oh shit!
They
So
use
you
it.
buy-
there.
I have a friend in Merida, that I was doing a podcast with. He had the worst internet connection I've ever seen in my life. He got Starlink and it was flawless.
I could just fly to America for a day, buy the kit, and fly back with it.
I'm pretty sure you can order it to Mexico.
Or,
Yeah, just look into it. Might be
Alright.
worth it because you can take it wherever you go.
oh yeah, that's definitely worth it. The 4 hour is now flipping back up on momentum with volatility flipping down, meaning more likely than not, we get a little bit of a relief bounce right here, which we are getting at this moment. We got another hour and minute to go. With the momentum volatility setup, that would give us a high probability of coming up to test the median. Right now, median is sitting at $94,389. So it does go along with the theory that we probably bounce a little at first, make a bearish retest, and then go down to 85s. Or 87 first, then 85s. Ding!
Bing bong. we're gonna upgrade the sound.
Do you guys ever watch that one show called Teletubbies?
Well,
Well-
no, I didn't watch it, but I know what it is.
So quarterly still has that hidden bullish divergence active. Going to be active on this month as long as we're closing over 58,890. Next month,
Okay.
I mean the next quarter, we can confirm it by closing below 89,251. A lot easier than 58,000. But as long as that divergence is active, we would have to target the bullish control zone or the critical zone. And this number is going to change, but last time it went up, so who knows if it'll go up again or if it'll go down next time. But right now, that number is at 169,138. It's George number. Come on, RSI. You can do it. All right. Monthly has possible bearish divergence still just looming there in the background. As long as we don't close below the month below 91,186, the divergence will be possible, and it will confirm if we close the month below that number. Every single time, I'm trying to find some hopium here, but literally every single time we've confirmed bearish divergence on the monthly, that's been the end of the cycle. So I don't think that might confirm. Like maybe we'll swipe that $87,000 to $85,000 number, but very likely it just ends up bouncing from there and closes a lot higher unless this divergence is going to be active and the cycle is going to be over. Because if you point out other instances of a bearish divergence in the monthly, it's been the end of the cycle. Right here was bearish divergence, cycle ended. Right here was hidden bearish divergence, cycle bounce ended. Off of this bearish divergence, that's what the end of this cycle was. Every single one of these cycles in the past has ended off of bearish divergence. So you would have to play along the idea of this time is different if you think that this divergence confirms the cycle is not over.
So it confirms under the 5 EMA?
It'll confirm with a close below this low, which will be 91,186.
Got it. All right. Still
And
got
that'll-
like half the month.
Yeah, that'll confirm a local top, and that'll confirm the divergence.
Oof, would be bad.
Yeah, at least that gives us
Ooh.
like a timeline too.
Right now, 2 week is about to put in a third drive of regular bearish divergence, and and that'll be a failure of this inverse head and shoulders on the RSI as well. So the opposite move would come to the downside. Ooh, that would not be pretty. Right now, this bearish divergence will confirm as long as we're closing below 91,384. No, not that number. It's this one actually. Yeah, 92,195. So as long as we're closing below 92,190, this divergence will be confirmed. That'll give us target of that simple moving average. Right now, the simple moving average is somewhere around $81,060, and this will rise on this next open whenever the divergence is confirmed. Ideally, I'd like to see it somewhere around 85 to 87. Then, the bullish control zone right now is at 87,249. Three-day does already have confirmed 3 drives of regular bearish divergence. We're just about to hit the bearish control zone. That would be a natural target for that divergence. And bearish control zone sits at about 82,620. So what likely happens is once this next weekly or the next 3-day candle opens, this number probably does go up towards like 84s or 85s. 2-day also has many drives for bearish divergence. We've already hit the bearish control zone, so the next level is going to be the critical zone, which is a little bit unlikely right now, considering that 65,979. So that happens, cycle's definitely over.
Sorry.
Right. Nothing on daily. 4-hour has many drives, hidden bearish divergence, with expansion from 3 periods of 0% volatility. That would give us a target of the critical zone, which we've already basically hit. So you could consider that to be played out. But now the critical zone is at 89,604, basically already been hit. It went down to 89,000. Yeah, it already got hit, 89,400. So I guess this divergence target has played out. Ding.
Call Elon Musk. Get some of them Starlinks on the Cybertrucks that came through the Palisades fire. We needed way more here, sir. We're analyzing the market.
Let me just call my homie Elon Musk. Yo, Elon.
By the way, I found that to be hilarious that in California, people had to line up to get gas because they were afraid that they were going to run out of gas. So there was like massive lines at gas stations. And then he turned out to like go and fix like and help with the fire and create more connectivity for internet and for everybody, and also provide power with the Cybertruck, the electric car that everyone's like, what are you gonna do in the case of a fire and emergency with your electric car? Well, you know, it was fucking awesome.
And then they love to call it a washing machine.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Monthly momentum is still pointed to the upside right now. We're just at the edge of the critical zone. This is going to be also very much key alongside that possible bearish divergence. That if we flip this to the downside, we're very likely in for some long form consolidation, if not the end of the cycle. It's the last time we flipped monthly momentum to the downside was during that previous all-time high through about end of summer 2024. But we did that within the critical zone. So now if we were to flip down again, that would be a loss of the critical zone. The last time we lost the critical zone is right over here, right before the 55% crash in spring of 2021. And then we flipped down again on the monthly, and that was the end of the cycle. So we absolutely don't want to close this month below $89,850. That would not only confirm the bearish divergence, but it would turn monthly momentum to the downside. then we very likely get monthly volatility expansion too. Right now it's at 18.5%. Odds are cycle would be over.
In my hopes and dreams.
Wake up one day working at McDonald's saying, and your coworker say, "Hey buddy, how was your trip to the moon?"
We didn't go.
2 week is now just about to lose that Hamas setup that we've been having since about September of 2024. If we close below 101,250, 230 monthly moment, 2 week momentum will flip down, and the Hamas setup will be invalidated, and we'll lose the bullish control critical zone, leading to a further dump right into the edge of the bullish control zone. If we lose that, then we likely go to the bearish control zone. Should see somewhat of a bounce right around this 2 week. Oh my God, load. This 2 week 90 EMA, which is right at about $85,000. Weekly has already flipped to the downside. Hopium is that volatility is still declining while momentum is pointed down, and the pivot is now 107,130. Last week's pivot was 105,000, so the pivot went up by $2,000, which is not quite bullish, kind of the opposite of bullish. Likely meaning that momentum is much more difficult for the bulls to turn back up now. Would target somewhere around the 21 EMA, right around $84,000. Five-day now has looming 5-day volatility setup. We're at 2 periods of 0% volatility. The last time we expanded from 3 periods, and we had a pretty nasty dump. We dumped from about 71,900 towards 49,217. Ooh. Now we have 2 periods of 0%. Moving average is making its way down. It's at 30%. Once the moving average drops below 15%, it's going to be ripe for a setup. And as of this moment, statistically, that setup would be down because whenever volatility drops below 15% and then expands above, you have an 85% chance of a 30 to 35% move in the direction of momentum. Right now, momentum is pointing down as long as we're below $103,650. So if you were to just theorize where volatility would expand from, maybe here, well, let's be generous and draw from 95. 30% to the downside brings us to about $67,000. That wouldn't be nice. That would be no bueno.
That would be muy terrible.
2 days now starting to expand off of going just below 15% on the volatility. We want to see it go over the moving average to confirm volatility expansion. But as of right now, volatility would be expanding to the downside if you do confirm it, because momentum is flipped down as long as we're below $94,800. Oh wait, yeah. Daily is now once again starting to expand on volatility. Just want to see it get over that moving average, very close to doing so, and it's doing it while momentum is starting to flip down, and it's going to be flipped down as long as we're below $94,390, $94,400. That derp of death really did play out, huh? It was at about 96,900, dumped from there to 89. Four hours now getting volatility expansion from 3 periods of 0%. And momentum is going to flip back down as long as we're below $93,990, $94,000. Ooh, that does not look pretty. In the next 48 minutes, volatility expansion will be confirmed to the downside. Oops, a little bit low. Volatility is still expanding on the 2 hour. Volatility is at 90%, but the moving average is only at 64%. That can go a little bit higher before this topped out. And as of right now, momentum is pointed up as long as we're above 90,900. So on all the way up, like the higher time frames, the pivot is somewhere around $89,600. If you were to flip that down on the monthly momentum, that would also confirm the bearish divergence on the monthly. And every single time that you've had bearish divergence on the monthly, along with monthly momentum flipping down, every single time has been the end of the cycle. The only time you've had it momentum start to flip down, while we didn't have bearish divergence though, we still had a 55% crash in the spring of 2021 before we ended up making new highs that November. So we absolutely do not want to flip that monthly momentum down, do not want to confirm that bearish divergence. Right now, what seems like it'll happen, what my bias is it'll come down somewhere around the monthly 5 EMA, around like 84,000, maybe $85,000. Use that as a spring and close the month so over $90,000. If that would happen, then the momentum would remain to the upside, and it would flip back up within the critical zone. It'll invalidate that bearish divergence, and then we'd probably see a nice size pump from there.
Very nice. I think the area of the 92,500 is the most critical one because that is the monthly pivot right there. If we don't make it to that, then you have the confirmed bearish divergence, and that basically just takes you to shit with everything else, right? So that kind of is like the number to keep in mind. At least that's the one I'm keeping.
The monthly pivot is 107.
Oof.
It's 107, but bearish divergence gets confirmed under 92.
Yeah, 91, 190.
I'll keep it at 92,500. You know what? Because I'm generous. And also a moron. So there you go.
Yeah. That monthly pivot moving up,
Terrible, no?
It's very bad for bulls. I mean, that just essentially makes the odds in favor of bears, essentially.
Yeah.
And I even believe, Fueron, you saw that the weekly pivot even moved up too, I believe. So it's just not a good sign overall. Bitcoin right now, we see, something to know. Let me just go here first, the weekly. We talked about here, basically, once we essentially broke back down, because 2 weeks ago, essentially, we dumped straight to that weekly 9. It held very nicely. We got, an over $4,000 pump straight back to 100,000. This was exactly what we needed in terms of trend shift on the lower time frames, like the daily, and so all we needed now was essentially for us not to break this last higher low that we were going to take that idea with. This is the higher low, this is the higher high. We need to make some kind of higher low somewhere around here. Now with Bitcoin falling and breaking this low, this happened on January 9th. This ultimately did make me bearish. This solidified that this was a major bull trap. It is essentially was looking like we were going to range breakdown, especially with how the posturing, daily BBWP is expanding now. We have also a 5-day volatility setup still brewing, which is now on 2 sessions of zero volatility. This was just telling me that a major move was happening, but especially, with that bull trap here, definitely made me concerned. And so we were talking about here on Bitcoin, we really need to get back above 95,000, like 600, 95,800. In doing so, you'd pop back into this range where support is 95,600 and resistance is 99,261. Plus, you'd be above all the major moving averages. And at that point, you would be basically invalidating, if I throw the 55 on, you'd be invalidating the silver cross that occurred on the 12-hour to the downside. But as you can see on the last few days here, Bitcoin steadily has just been solidly rejecting that 95.6 zone. And so even on Friday, I gave out an Academy short. The idea behind that was, Bitcoin would rally to that daily 9, which, at the time was right around where 96,100 was. You can see now the daily 9's curved heavily down. It's crossed the 21. And we still have solidly rejected it, solidifying still, the silver cross on the 12-hour, getting that follow through. And now if we look here to the 4-hour, we were watching here this volatility setup brewing on Bitcoin on the very low time frames, which is now expanding. And this was just kind of giving us our bias. Why also I believed 96,000 could be a good short. It was very basic and super easy to me to understand, at least. If we have a silver cross on the 12-hour, we have a 4-hour volatility setup brewing, and Bitcoin seems to me like it put in a major bull trap. I'm looking for a high probability short scenario. All weekend, bulls were trying to rally up to that 4-hour EMA 100, and you can just see each time it got front ran, if not just rejected before even testing it. And so now last night, what made it an easy short to me was this seemed good enough. If bulls are really going to take control and really bounces up, again, it just ties into we really needed to see that 95,600 get reclaimed. You can see here we ever so slightly front ran that $96,000 zone, a big area on why I wanted to short before leading to that downside move. So, now what we see is, yes, we're getting a nice reaction on Bitcoin. I'm not really looking, I'm not getting too excited on this bounce yet. Why? Because, I know Bitcoin likes to put in the dirty dance. It's very dirty in its price action. It makes it very hard as a trader. Many people are now watching for that $88,000, $87,000 level. That either tells me, one of two things. We're either going to front run that now, so this bottom is just going to be a major liquidity grab. And in order to confirm this as a bottom, you'll need to get back above 95,800. Or, this is just acting as like a trap for bulls. We're essentially going and retesting, on the lower time frames. Let me go to like a 2-hour, the EMA 9 here, before further downside moves, sticking to the lower time frame trend. After a lower low on a 2-hour, you generally want to see a lower high somewhere around here. That's why to me it's just easier, instead of sticking to the lower time frames and trying to figure out a bottom, just stick to what I know. And I know, that daily EMA 100 is the next zone for me. It makes a lot of sense. That is currently at 87,800. And on Friday, we talked about this being my next objective. It's nice to see we're finally getting some volatility and follow through on these actually moves to the downside, because it really hasn't been too easy to call moves to the downside in an up-only market. But with the price action we got, especially in validating the uptrend, that to me was a major sign. So I do think now, as long as we're under, especially 95,800, we need to really gauge the reaction right around the daily EMA 100. And it doesn't need to act like a spring always, meaning a tap and go, and then that was the bottom. We were only there for a few hours. We can seriously consolidate at this EMA 100 for a while. Gets people bearish at support before actually going up. You essentially are going to want to see this area hold, though, because if this area doesn't hold, you're going to run the risk of us going much, much more down. And then also running the serious risk of this 5-day volatility setup actually expanding. Something to note on this 5-day, which corresponds nicely with the daily EMA 100, is we have that EMA 21 right around 87,800 as well. It's currently around the same spot that daily EMA 100 is. Another area of confluence is the weekly. We see here that the weekly EMA 21 is a little lower, right around 84,300. And so this is telling me that if we get any kind of major liquidity grab to the downside, I'm watching 84,000 really closely as the next objective, assuming that this weekly closes under the 9. Because you can even see until yesterday, it still held the 9. And so, that is still the hopium for bulls currently is, well, the EMA 9 still held, but the weekly trend just broke, in my opinion. And I'll show that here with this weekly trend catalyst. We had here a higher low, higher high. This tried to be the higher low, didn't lead to a higher high, led to a rejection, came all the way down. And now what you see is we've broken all the last higher lows with this now wick low here, shifting this weekly trend into now a downtrend. Something we haven't had since this major chop that occurred in 2024. Where the weekly just steadily was in a downtrend and kept taking us solidly down. It wasn't aggressive like what we saw in a bear market, but it was chop and just down. Now we have that shift on the weekly, and that is something to know, especially when we know that the monthly stochastic pivot is now up, and it even moved up, and the weekly pivot also moved up, just playing into why it's more in favor for bears currently. And when you get a 5-day setup here on zero volatility, this is this is looming a very big breakdown, in my opinion. Why? Because we know these 5-day setups often give 30 to 35% moves, on average around 80%. And so that's pretty good odds whenever you get this expansion. If it is in the midst of a breakdown, that really could lead Bitcoin a lot lower, assuming it does start expanding. Let's just say from current price action, a 30% move would take us all the way back down closer to, that $65,000 level would be pretty detrimental, right around where that 5-day EMA 100 is. Still going to be on the camp, though, that that's most likely not going to be the scenario. And why I say that is because I can't, seeing that is easy to say, but I really can't disregard your monthly level here that has been holding this whole bull market. Now, if we start losing this monthly 9, then we really can start considering that 65, even lower at $61,000. But until then, I'm still going to be on the camp that this is going to be my worst case scenario here. So, backtrack to last month's close, we talked about this being a major shooting star on a monthly. Everyone was talking about that on crypto Twitter. The objective for bulls is to get this monthly green and actually break this wick high, which would invalidate the shooting star and probably invalidate a lot of shorts. What we see now is we're getting follow through from that. And to me, if we do dumping, worst case in my book is either a test of this monthly 9 or a quick wick down, testing essentially this wick high here that was acting as solid resistance. That kind of marked that major 2024 chop scenario. It would make a lot of sense to actually get some kind of retest there. This is kind of where I want to start looking for major, either spot longs, swing longs, because it's an easy invalidation to me, especially right around here. So right now, I do think we should be cautious on Bitcoin. This is something I was talking about on Friday. I'm not convinced now that bulls have control. Losing essentially this last low here really was a bad sign for me. On top of that, you see that the 5-day EMA 9 has now just gotten lost, and we're now starting to reject off of it. Just ties into why bears are in control, and it's really not a good. It's not good when you have a 5-day setup when bears are in control. We last 5-day setup gave us a ton of chop. And then start going up. Really, it started to confirm, though, right in this zone, right when Bitcoin was right around in the low 60,000s before we had a very impressive move from this point. If we go on, Bitcoin moved up 7%. That's pretty impressive. I honestly don't think we've had a 5-day setup actually fire to the downside in a very long time. You see here as well, this one actually was to the upside. We'll take it from here all the way up. That was a 55% move, pretty major. And then let's see here. Right there. And then this, depends. This one as well was a 49% move. If you guys see here, my point is showing we really haven't had one of these setups fire actually to the downside in a very long time.
There was one back over, but it wasn't very major to the right side.
Isn't it the one that you just showed, Fueron?
Yeah, the one right next to that one, to the right. To the right.
So this one.
No, keep going. Keep going.
The other right.
Keep going. That one right there.
That after those two.
Well, yeah.
And then those two.
Well, yeah.
So that wasn't very.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is what I said in the beginning, that this was during that chop scenario. So you just kept having it flip up, down. These were giving us swings of 20%, but really the move confirmed right in this zone before breaking out. But technically speaking, in this scenario, you did go up and you went down, but yeah, like you said, it was just choppy. So this one really did, though, start to fire off, in my opinion, right in this zone before breaking out. So really, if we don't count this chop scenario, which I guess technically this did start to fire off when we went down to 49K and then fire off started to fire off when we got that bounce. And here as well, the 53 got up, came down.
That also was 33% move down though, so that is along the stats, 30 to 35%.
That is true. That's true. My point though in being this really, even if it confirmed, did not move to its full extent before fully expanding. And so if that did give a 30% move and we only went up to the 36% on this, this is brewing a very massive setup. If we're going to count this one as well, because I guess you could count this from expansion, it went up and then expanded again. We got this move down, but then it slightly reset here. So it does make it harder to read it. But technically, I mean, when was the last major 5-day setup that we had where it really played out? I mean, to the 100% almost on BBWP. It wasn't here.
Bear market, I think.
It was basically here, yeah. I mean, this didn't even play out again to the full extent, but it would have to be here, right? I believe.
The Luna breakdown was the most extreme on the volatility, right there.
Yeah.
That was a nice setup.
This was honestly the last major one to the downside, because we had ones to the downside, like here, but again, it only went to like 44%. It still brewed a very nice setup here. Let's see real fast. Yeah, I mean, it still went 21% down, but I mean, yeah, you're right. The last major one we had was right into here. Let's see.
We just went through a full news cycle right now. I was watching this when Bitcoin came to like under $90,000. The news where like JP Morgan and other Vanguard and other major banks were like, Bitcoin is a scam. And right now that it started to go up and he was like at 93, whatever, they announced Michael Saylor just bought, I don't know how many Bitcoins at $95,000.
Did you hear that Tether moved their location to El Salvador?
No.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, they relocated from New York to El Salvador.
That's cool. El Salvador just keeps getting put on the map, honestly. So essentially, Bitcoin's 5-day is brewing a setup. As we saw here, majority are to the upside. We had that one occurrence in the chop scenario of 2024, where this did essentially take us down to 49,000. So, we want to be very cautious here, because it may seem like Bitcoin has moved down a lot, but I mean, with volatility postured like this, it's really telling me that honestly, this is just kind of beginning. If we truly are in a bear scenario here, the 5-day also is concerned, because you see here the 5-day median is now all the way up at $107,000. You see here we're losing the 38.2%. We're now even losing the 50% here, and even rejecting off that 5-day 9. It just ties into, bulls are really going to need to step in here soon. I don't know if this low is going to hold personally. I would personally want to be more comfortable bidding, or at least getting some kind of long scenario once we actually hit this 87,800 level. Once we do, then you can make the argument that we're at the daily EMA 100. You're going to need to see some reaction there. You'll just have to be aware that here's a logical spot to get a bounce to either form a lower high, or for bulls to actually get us back above 95,800. Again, though, we want to be cautious, because with this daily volatility now firing off, while Bitcoin is now breaking down, we really need to be cautious on longs. Just in my opinion, I do think that, this could just be a bigger breakdown, especially with what we know overall with Tether dominance here. Now testing that daily EMA 100, a major spot that we've been talking about for weeks now on this channel. We're going to need to watch this daily close closely, because if this starts getting reclaimed, this will really tie into the idea, in my opinion, that Bitcoin is on the verge of a major breakdown, and we're about to see a major bust up on Tether dominance. Right now we are rejecting it slightly, but you preferably really need to start seeing this reject hard and then get back under 4.2%. Consolidate above here and then retest this EMA 100 again as it keeps going more down on each daily close. If I turn this chart off, this EMA 100 on the daily has always been a major spot for Tether. It's always a spot that I'm talking about on Tether dominance. Why? Because it just simply works. If you view here, this major rejection we had, that occurred after we SFP'd that daily EMA 100 before bigly nuking. You can see here as well, once we reclaimed it, we essentially had that major move up on Tether dominance, which I believe this was the zone where Bitcoin had its run up to 49,000, or I guess it's down move to 49K. So, this is a big zone for Tether dominance. You essentially are going to want to start seeing bulls step in on Bitcoin and getting us to actually reject this area. Why it's important is because here we see also the weekly EMA 21, something we've also been talking about, is lining up right around where that daily EMA 100 is. Getting back above there would, in my opinion, start shifting Tether. Here we see we would first be getting back above the EMA 9, which hasn't really occurred since, we lost it back in October. We see here that the weekly median has come all the way back down, and we're actually now back above it. This actually hasn't occurred again since September of 2024, and you can just see the reaction once we lost it. It was just down. So getting back above there's a really good sign. Already above the EMA 9, getting back above the 21 really runs the risk of us reclaiming this 4.69%. This 4.69% is a pretty big zone on Tether dominance. And in my opinion, this would then give us the next target all the way, closer to where that weekly EMA 100 and SMA 200 is, around 5.5%. From that point percentage, that still is like a 17% move. So, I could safely say that's probably where we start getting that 5-day volatility on Bitcoin firing off, giving us that, pretty major move down, probably closer to 73,000. So, markets and crypto are in a very interesting spot. It seems like after that low didn't hold on the daily, there's just been a massive trend and a massive, in my opinion, sign of weakness for bulls that we really haven't seen in quite a while, actually. So it'll be interesting to see kind of where this week goes. But I'm still on the camp that we're most likely going to actually go back down to 87,000 on Bitcoin. That's going to be the next big test, in my opinion. If we don't hold this and this ends up getting lost and we start rejecting this EMA 100, which should act as support, then yeah, this is really going to play into my idea that the next logical target for me will be right around where the weekly 9 is, and that is right around $73,000. No, the monthly 9, not the weekly 9. And that is right around where the monthly median is. It makes sense. We haven't ever tested this zone since breaking out. And quickly, if we go to CME, and we view CME on a weekly here, we still do have, that gap kind of looming. That gap is, around the $77,000 level. So, if bears really wanted to get that gap fill, it would tie into my kind of worst case scenario on Bitcoin, actually testing the monthly median and monthly 9. And then to me, I don't see why, at that point, we wouldn't see bulls step in harder there, especially at the level that we know we're at. Because if Bitcoin ends up losing that week monthly 9, it's really going to start looking like we actually did put in some kind of major top here in the $108,000 region. And then at that point, if we start losing this monthly 9, we got to start seeing in the next month it get reclaimed, or you're going to start hearing me start calling for a bear market, across the board on Bitcoin, which, I haven't done because my criteria is simply as long as that monthly 9 gets reclaimed and held, we are just in a bull mode. But once this gets lost, and once that monthly median gets lost, and the weekly 9 starts acting as resistance, and we lose the daily SMA 200, I'm gonna really start calling for probably a bear market on Bitcoin, and that's to go much lower. But that still hasn't occurred. We still easily could come all the way down and still stick to the monthly trend, right? Because the monthly trend still is up. This was a nice high. If we come all the way back down, even all the way to $73,000, grind out some low and go up, this still in my book could still be some higher low on the monthly. It still could be bullish across the board on like the macro view, while everyone gets bearish and actually starts calling for a bear market once Bitcoin actually reaches its monthly 9. I guarantee that's what's going to happen if we do get that dump down to 77s, if not lower. And then at this point, I'll be prepared to maybe do the counter trade and maybe start looking for longs there. So, as of now, watch very closely this daily EMA 100. We haven't fully hit it yet. I don't see why we wouldn't. We'll have to really see where this daily comes. Any daily closure back above 95,800 will solidify to me that this is a bottom, at least locally. If we just solidly keep projecting, especially in the lower time frames, like I showed, like the 2-hour EMA 9, it's just kind of more trapping bulls here, trying to catch the bottom when we still are in overall a downtrend on most time frames. So be very cautious of that.
He's definitely taking his sweet time right there, just getting everyone in on that delicious long now that Michael Saylor announced that he bought more Bitcoins.
Exactly. We had a beautiful pump up. If you caught this trade, great. Nice 95% on the HBDR, a nice swipe of all the lows, basically front running the daily EMA 100. But, we still can't just disregard a simple EMA 9 on the 2-hour, which is exactly where we're kind of rejecting now. We start getting back above there, then you can start arguing, okay, well, we're maybe forming some kind of structure here, maybe goes in for a higher low, higher high, and then you have an argument. But whenever you get these just spur kind of major pumps, 3-4%, everyone starts calling, oh, we're so back, Michael Saylor's bidding, and I see we're just rallying straight up to that 2-hour 9, which has been solidly rejecting us. I'm always like, I don't know. I mean, Bitcoin likes to dirty dance, and the dirty dance would be to just try to ever so slightly front run this, get some kind of daily close around here, and then into tomorrow or the next day, actually get that dump and dump us through there, taking all the stops out. That's why for me, I just don't want to do business in the middle, and this is still doing business in the middle. If I was trying to aggressively trade this, maybe I could have caught some of this, but for me right now, the easy trades have just been to stick to your bias, your conviction, and just wait. It paid well on the weekly 9 retest after we got that nice pump. It paid well almost for the short had it filled. I had my bid at 96,100 for the Academy, and I do believe it'll pay well. Just waiting for the reaction around this actual daily EMA 100. It's up nicely with the weekly 21. But this still can take time. That's why I'm not just going to be convinced we're going to get, and I'll be happily wrong, but I'm just not going to be convinced this is it. More consolidation would make more sense to me, but it's hard to say that when you have volatility expanding now. So, watch closely that EMA 100, 87,800 should be at least the next reaction zone. It makes sense. We got the bounce where we did. This bottom here, right around where we formed that, around 88,700, almost held right around the 88.3%. But yeah, just watch really carefully on Bitcoin, this EMA 100 on the daily. Let me see real fast. Bitcoin dominance, is it anything to say? Nope. I mean, Bitcoin dominance still is just playing into what I was mentioning on Friday, which is it seems likely that we're going to actually go back and test the 59, 0.5 or 59.7%. The idea behind this would be it still can on the weekly test this zone and still be overall bearish, but you're just really going to not want this high here to get taken out. If it does, it's going to start flipping this weekly trend into an uptrend. Something in favor of bulls that we got into this new week is this median has now come all the way down. We've been solidly under it since we lost it in November. And so now what we see is it's come all the way down. We are now basing off the top of the 38.2%. And that's why it wouldn't surprise me to see some kind of, big move up. But, if this is going to be the bearish retest, then I'm just going to want to see this wick high just hold essentially. But Bitcoin dominance is still looking okay to me, actually. But I'm still on the camp that it has topped. That, you know, this top at 61.5% is going to hold. But I'll happily be wrong. And the first place where I'll be wrong is if we start actually taking the December high on Bitcoin dominance. You know, so I can't imagine ETH BTC is looking good. Definitely not. It just will make Bitcoin dominant significantly more strong. And remember, I'm still just on the camp, if we extend this, that, you know, ETH BTC is now in the process of breaking down. We're now just still in a downtrend, which, granted, we would have always been in a downtrend. Even on this weekly, we talked about this possibly being the next lower high. Now it looks like it wants to really get that lower low break. Why am I talking about this? Because if this is weak and it looks like it's in the midst of a breakdown, especially with this monthly volatility expanding from the lowest, some of the lowest volatility we've ever had recorded on ETH BTC, then I don't see why we're not going to end up going back down to that 227 level, which could have implications for Bitcoin dominance, potentially flipping the trend back up, especially on the weekly. So again, though, real quickly, the ETH BTC under 366, I'm not touching alts. I'm not concerned about them. You have a higher probability of shorting them and making money, and trying along and all while this is in the midst of a breakdown just seems more like gambling. You might as well just go to the casino and get a free drink. Lastly, I'll finish off with Dixie. Just curious to see where we're at. We are now approaching that resistance level, you know, at $111.50. Pretty ugly here, you know, and this is, again, just tied into, I kind of just have to slap myself and take a cold shower and get back in reality, because I know Dixie hasn't really been correlating with risk on and risk off, but
yet
major bull trap on Bitcoin, the fact that it didn't hold the higher low, the fact that we're getting a 5-day volatility setup, and the fact that Dixie now is starting to really pump and really look bullish, I really just don't feel comfortable getting max bullish on Bitcoin here. It's really giving me like 2022 vibes again. And I just want to be very careful about that, you know, because I don't want to just be calling for, you know, major levels on Bitcoin when everything else is screaming to me that, well, you know, it's really looking quite bearish here. You know, and we talked about Dixie actually a few weeks ago in correlation to Euro. Euro is looking like it wants to majorly collapse, to me, at least in my opinion, while Dixie really looks like it wants to bust up. Why I say that is there's very few times you're getting a monthly volatility setup, especially on like a Forex, like US dollar, like Forex. You see, the last setup we had was in 2021. Before that was in 2020. You know, and so now what we see is we are getting another volatility setup, and it's very fresh, and it's just now freshly expanding. You see here that the median and the monthly 9 are basically treading each other, following each other nicely, coming up really nicely to this range breakout that we had, right around $105.90. To me, we should really gauge closely these highs, because these highs were formed during that 2022 bear market, essentially on all assets, while Dixie was just destroying Europe. Now what we see is we're testing that zone again, right around the 61.8%. You're going to really want to gauge this area closely. If we start breaking up and reclaiming this $111.60 region, you know, it's really going to start putting us like in the posturing of us going up to either $115, if not all the way up to $118, which would be pretty detrimental to the peso, to Japan's yen, to, you know, the euro. Most
and I say it already is. I mean, they're already fucked if you just look at the Great British Pound. If you look at the euro, if you know that low is the 2022 low. The same thing with the peso.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah,
No,
I agree with you 100%. It looks pretty fucked. I mean, this is very,
you have a volatility setup right there too, to the downside, dude. Look at that.
I think you even have a 2-month, actually. Let me just check. Euro has been very bad. Yeah, you have a 2-month here as well. Last 2-month you had was in 2020. Something also to add confluence to this, depends on how much, you know, weight you add to these channels, but I've had this channel on my chart for years now. I haven't moved it. It's just simply been here. We're literally breaking down from it. And even to add more confluence to that idea, we're even rejecting it. While the monthly is now firing off the volatility setup, it's really, really, really not looking good for Forex as a whole. Really good for dollar, really bad for euro. I mean, that's why personally, I think within the next year or two, we actually could see euro break these lows and actually find it to 89 cents. I think I tweeted about this.
You did.
I actually would not be surprised if euro went down at the very least, testing the 96, 97 cents, if not breaking that down and actually going to 89 cents, which is pretty detrimental overall to Europe. So, that's kind of what we're dealing with. That is just the environment we are in. We really want to just be very aware of that because, across the board, I mean, you're getting, let's see the 2-month, you're getting a 2-month volatility setup on Dixie right now. Last one again was in 2020. We saw what occurred when this started to fire off, and this was literally the whole bear market time. I mean, how was Bitcoin in 2022? Pretty fucking bad, actually. And this 2-month actually led Dixie up 21.8%. So, I mean, I know in Bitcoin world that doesn't seem like a lot, but for Forex currency to actually gain that much is just detrimental across the board for other assets like euro and yen and peso. So that's just not good. I'm curious to see how the quarterly also is looking. Nope, but very close into this next quarterly close, which I know is in 2 months and 19 days, but this actually could start giving us the volatility setup as well.
Check out the VIX if you feel like it.
Yeah.
Sir.
Curious actually to see how the VIX looks. Let me actually turn this off here. I like just the meme lines. Yeah, so the VIX actually, we see if you like TA on the VIX, you can see here when we actually on the monthly, this monthly is going to be interesting. I know it's in 18 days, but once we reclaimed back above the monthly SMA 200, generally that is where you get big moves on VIX. Now, there's a lot of chop. Doing TA on the VIX is controversial, but generally speaking, once we are above that, I mean, that is where you get your big expansion. Last occurrence was here when we did actually get follow through from this, reclaim the SMA 200, and then from there, that's when we went up to the 60%. I'm curious to see how the daily is looking as well.
It's just forming structure,
daily,
like bullish structure.
Yeah, it is. It's looking good. Wouldn't be surprised to get some kind of pullback here, but as long as we stay above 15.75. It's looking quite nice to me. Let's always gauge the higher time frame, might make it easier. And yeah, exactly. You get some kind of pullback, wouldn't surprise me. You're just generally going to want to start seeing that SMA 200 on the weekly hold for an actual shoot back up at 32. That's always the big test on VIX when we have to retest 32. Breaking out from there always takes us to 60. So watch, I guess carefully on that, because remember, if this starts going up, this just generally means that stocks are going down. And if stocks are going down, that generally means Bitcoin's going down. And if that's going down, then, everything's just kind of fucked. So, yeah, VIX is looking quite bullish to me. You're going to want to gauge the weekly. As long as it holds above its SMA 200, it really then puts the fire on the 2-week holding it, which then plays into what I was saying on the monthly, actually reclaiming that. If it can actually reclaim it, because we see we reclaimed it, we lost it, we rejected it. Now, if we come up and quickly reclaim it, this could just act as a nice SFP on the monthly. Reclaiming that then would give me the next target at $32. So, markets as a whole aren't really looking that good. It's why I'm glad that I flipped bearish when I did. I was bullish, but I just understand that after taking out this last low, just really was not good news for Bitcoin, and it still is not. As long as we are under 95.8, you really need to be very cautious of that. And it's simple. 95.8, reclaiming that, all it does essentially is puts us back inside this range. And this range can be tradable, right? I mean, you're dealing with potentially here a 4% range. It's really not too bad to play. But as long as we're going to reject that range low, right around 95.8, it then takes us to the bottom of the range, which is now at around 88,000, which was an area we talked about. I still just want to start seeing this EMA 100 on the daily actually get tapped if we're talking about a bottom. And if this gets lost, if we start closing under this EMA 100 and it starts rejecting, this is just my forewarning that most likely then that'll bleed into us testing the monthly 9, which is right around where the SMA 200 is on the daily. It's right on that $70,000 level if it wants to load. 73,600 is going to be the next target for me. So pretty big zone we're here talking about on Bitcoin. Just want to be very cautious here. I'm not too bullish on it anymore, like I was last week, essentially.
Wow, all the things that change in just 1 week. Do you want to see something that makes me want to kill myself for not looking at it before?
That's market. Yeah.
This is Bitcoin. I made this last stream, remember? And it went and fucking touched my shitty ass drawn meme line down here. I would have fucking been a hero if I would have just opened this chart instead of this one.
Yeah.
Fuck.
You even have the dash line. I have the same line around there as well.
But the dash, so the dash, I have it a little higher than most. And the reason why is because I thought he was going to pre-run. Remember, that was my argument, that he was going to pre-front the 87s because everybody was looking at 87. So I said, most likely we're going to hold with this one and just do it. But by the way, if I would have ran by this one, I didn't touch it. So I still out of the trade.
That's true.
Well, fuck me.
Yeah, and that's why getting back above the 95.8 will be important, because then it can actually solidify that idea that we are front running that EMA 100. This possibly could be a major bottom, and we just need to get back above the 95.8. Confirm it to me. So that really could be the scenario, or we're just going to dump right through it, and that's just going to be that, and we're probably going to go to 73s.
That would be too
because everyone
easy.
is talking about that level. You are right. I have seen that.
Yeah, everybody's on it's 87. 87 is next. 87 is next. So to me, it's already front like again, just looking at what you guys are showing.
84, 85s.
Which could also be, right?
That's why I'm thinking 84.
That he's going to skip that and just going to continue to go lower, or it's just going to pre-front like...
That'd be the monthly... Yeah, it'd be the monthly 5 EMA at 84.5.
Weekly EMA 21 is around 84.
This is a beautiful thing about
would
this.
Be the next zone, 59. So
it can go up or down, boys.
Exactly.
Thank you.
You can either go to 100
basically
or 84,500 or 70 or 73,000 or 0.
Not bad. I mean, there's lots of possibilities.
Just one quick correction to 0 and then back to 100,000.
By the way, if oil did it already, what makes you think Bitcoin can't one day? Like, remember, they were paying people.
Bitcoin is needed to power your house.
They were paying people to hold oil, but people back then really thought that it was over. Like, they were like, oil's never going to be done again. We're all going to be trapped in our houses and we're going to use renewable energies. All righty. Well, thank you. We're going with Solamis next and also Tesla. So you guys do you. Tesla and Solamis.
Perfect.
Voy a empezar este análisis de Bitcoin rápidamente con el dólar. Se me hace personalmente muy importante para todos ustedes que estén viendo esto. La razón por qué es porque esto ya no lo podemos ignorar, ¿ok? Ya estamos en ese punto donde es completamente inignorable. Déjenme rápido, los llevo a algo que compartí en X. Perdón que le esté haciendo el teatro. Es lunes, hay muchas cosas cambiando. Creo que es importante ver estas cosas, ¿ok? Ya, todo el mundo está... Claro que no lo es, Alejandro. Ok, tienen razón, pero se las quiero enseñar, las cosas. Ok, aquí estamos, bla, 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 DXY Strong. Ok. Aquí está. Estamos de vuelta en la época del heladito de Biden. No sé cuántos se acuerden de la época del heladito de Biden, pero se las vamos a poner por acá. Biden insiste que la economía de Estados Unidos está fuertísima en lo que se traga un heladito delicioso. Aquí fue lo que nadie se acuerda cuando le pregunta, no estoy preocupado por la fuerza del dólar. No estoy preocupado. ¡Ay, qué bonito anuncio de gorila! No estoy preocupado por la fuerza del dólar. Estoy preocupado por el resto del mundo. ¿Tiene sentido? Es lo que le dijo a todo el mundo. Nuestra economía está muy fuerte. En lo que se tragaba un waffle de Baskin Robbins el tío. Ok, entendamos esto y por qué es importante. Cuando el dólar es la cosa más fuerte que hay en el mercado, este top en el 2022, todo este camino para aquí arriba fue lo que nos llevó al mercado bajista en el 2022. Están viendo un gráfico mensual. Si estás viendo el gráfico mensual y has aprendido algo en este canal, ¿qué estás viendo acá con la volatilidad? Tienes un setup de volatilidad que apenas está en 35%. Este setup de volatilidad se dio en el 2020 y en el 2021 al final, y este fue el fondo del mercado por acá, en el octubre del 2022 justamente. Por eso es importante ponerlo enfrente de todos. Cuando el dólar es muy fuerte, todo el mundo prefiere irse a dólares que estar en cualquier otro activo, porque el dólar es más fuerte. Si alguien te dice, güey, Bitcoin va a valer más que el dólar y que cualquier otra moneda, ¿qué vas a comprar? Bitcoin. Si alguien te dice, el dólar va a valer más que todo lo demás, ¿qué vas a comprar? El dólar. Esto le da también al trade de Warren Buffett estando en cash muchísima fuerza, y esto le da al tío Salo que ha estado gritando que el dólar se va a volver fuerte, también mucha fuerza para ser bastante cagante. Pero vamos a lo importante por acá. Bonos del Tesoro, una vez más, este fue el 2023, cuando habíamos visto antes del Hamas todo esto. Y en esto que estamos viendo justamente por acá, podemos ver el nivel en el que está. Estamos a punto de romper estos niveles. La última vez que eso pasó, adivinen cuándo fue. ¿Cuándo son estas? 2007. Esto fue en el 2007. ¿Quién se acuerda qué pasó en el 2008, 2009? ¿Ok? Todo esto, no sé qué sea esto, perdón. Todo este movimiento por debajo fue cuando imprimieron dinero a lo loco. ¿Por qué esto está yéndose para acá? Es algo que deben de importarle a todo el mundo demasiado. Sobre todo cuando consideras 2020, tuvimos los intereses más bajos. Ya no, estamos a punto de cambiar el paradigma. Esto lleva literalmente casi 20 años. Vamos al bono a 30 años, también muy importante. Y el bono a 30 años está haciendo lo mismo. Déjenme quito el ruido. El bono a 30 años, vean lo alcista que está por encima de todos sus niveles. Y una vez más, ¿cuándo fue la última vez que estuvimos por arriba de esto? 2007. 2007. Y además está volteando la volatilidad en lo que está subiendo esta madre. Dude, there's a volatility monthly setup on US Treasuries on the 30-year towards the upside. Like, do you see it?
Sure.
Right?
You just need a closure, and that's confirmed.
So, yeah, and it's already right here. I was saying in Spanish, the last time we were above that was 2007. This line. This is not good at all, in my view. Pueden ver eso, exactamente. Y esto lo había puesto antes porque lo había rechazado. Ya no necesitamos que estemos ahí. Estamos por encima de todos los promedios. Se ve muy alcista. Esto, en retorno, está destruyendo al peso dólar. El peso, una vez más, está en 20.8. Siguiente objetivo, 22. Y se va... Márquenlo, guárdenlo, clipéenme. Se va a llevar los 25. Clipéenlo. Se va a llevar los 25. A menos, y esto es la única salvación que tengo, si nosotros absorbemos México una gran parte de su economía y hay un tratado bastante extraño que no ha existido nunca económico entre México y Estados Unidos, puede cancelar esto. Pero si no, grábenlo, puntéenlo, pónganlo para que después se burlen de mí. Esto va arriba de los 25 del previo de antes. El dólar normalmente va más adelantado que la gráfica del peso. Y el dólar ya va por ahí. Esto también está afectando al Japanese yen, al yen de japonés. Un segundo, dejen que mi gráfico cargue. Denle 30 minutos, por favor. Solamente 30. Que 40 minutos. Me lo cambio a la libra. All right, me voy a quedar aquí sentado tantito. You boys can hear me, right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, it's just my trading view. Maybe everyone's analyzing the charts right now. There you go. Took 30 minutes for that to change. I'm sorry. Ooh, ooh. Here we go.
Bye bye, Euro. Adios. Hasta luego.
Hasta la vista, Euro. Holy shitballs. Este es el euro. Enero del 2021 fue ese gran tope. Esto que fue el 2022, cuando todo el mundo tuvo la crisis de no, es que no hay gas y el euro bajó de la paridad. Y ahora, no sé qué ha pasado. No pudimos retomar los máximos de acá y el euro va en camino a esta línea, pero en realidad va a barrer los bajos, sobre todo con este setup de volatilidad. La última vez que tuvo eso el euro fue en el 2020 y podemos ver, este setup fue octubre del 2021 y podemos ver que se dio hasta acá a la baja. Este fue un movimiento de ¿cuánto? Denme un segundo. De esta vela, vamos a tomarlo de acá a la parte de hasta abajo. Es un movimiento de 15%. 15%. Vamos a tomar este movimiento una vez que se dio el velongo para arriba de acá y vamos a bajarlo 15%. Eso los pondría en 87 centavos por euro. 87 centavos más bien por dólar. El peso ya lo vimos, la libra esterlina también. Rápidamente, de nuevo, de cierta forma tienes que ver a Bitcoin como si fuera Forex, porque es otra moneda, según todo el mundo, de otro tipo. Aquí también tienes la libra. Pueden ver que la libra viene... Great British Pound also has a fucking setup. Confirmed.
Oi, you got a license for Nagasakis and setting up our currency.
Oi, mate! No, but those are Australian. These are terrible accents we're doing right now, Farhan, which is
You
great.
got a license for
that. A license?
You got a license for that.
Belen is the one who does a very good British accent, mocking them. Either way, sorry. Pero
Yeah,
pueden ver entonces.
I think Forex really could start giving us a lot of trading setups, actually. It's just
I think it is.
Dixie, if you have Forex is easy to me because if you have a bias on Dixie, which is for us up, then you can kind of play the other biases on like euro and yen and great British pound and things like that down or up.
Mm-hmm.
However, the inverse is to Dixie. So
can I also say something? Can I just point it out? That Mexican peso against the dollar was always telling us that this was coming.
True.
Never fails. That motherfucker is always the first motherfucker to go out there and tell everyone, we're fucked. And no one listens to that little Mexican peso. No one. No one. But here goes. British pound about to take a pounding. Wow. About to take a pounding. All righty. Y bueno. No Diddy. Well, no, this might be lots of Diddy. This situation, it might be lots of Diddy. Ok. Estamos de vuelta con Bitcoin. Vamos a analizar exactamente lo que habíamos platicado. Me muero porque no me había dado cuenta. En la sesión pasada creé este canal para todos ustedes. No me acuerdo qué estaba explicando, pero les dije, aquí hay un canal súper claro para explicar los altos o los bajos. O esto fue en la clase privada. Alguien que me ayude. ¿Dónde fue? Y puse estas líneas que van a tardar 10 minutos en cargar. Las dibujé. Y justamente el puto precio fue a tocar la línea. Y rebotó a la alza. Totalmente me lo perdí. Importante, tenemos volatilidad por encima del promedio en este momento. Volatilidad está por encima del promedio, dándonos un setup negativo en Bitcoin en la diaria, pero eso es lo de menos. Vamos a empezar con temporalidad alta. Una vez más, todo el repaso que acabamos de dar de todo lo que es Forex, de todo lo que es el peso, el DXY, etcétera, nos dice que si estás viendo estos setups, nos vuelve el análisis un poco más sencillo para todos, porque si sabes que el dólar se va a poner fuerte, todo el riesgo debería estar para abajo. También el euro, quieres apostar en contra del euro, gran momento. Quieres apostar en contra del peso, gran momento. Quieres apostar en contra del yen, gran momento. Recuerden, la narrativa es que el dólar va a desaparecer y normalmente lo que te venden es lo que no es. ¿Cuántos de ustedes escucharon todo el FUD que existe con Tether? Yo fui parte de los que cayó al principio con esto, no al principio, hasta hace poco. ¿Cuántos de ustedes han escuchado? No, es que Tether no tiene estas cosas y nadie lo ha auditado. Ok, es todo el miedo de Tether. Pero alguien les dijo que FTX iba a valer verga, alguien te dijo que Luna iba a valer verga, alguien te dijo que todas estas otras monedas estables iban a valer verga. No, así que puedes entender que Tether no va a valer verga. Es todo lo que quiero decir. Vámonos con Bitcoin, lo que me reviento este delicioso café, damas y caballeros, en la trimestral. Vamos a analizar el Bitcoin, el precio de la moneda digital. Aquí lo tenemos. Lo primero que tenemos que notar en la de 3 meses es, y voy a abrir esto, tenemos nuestro promedio del 5 en los $76,000. ¿Ok? Es algo que quiero poner en la mesa. También tienes esta volatilidad expandiendo, pero ahora esta volatilidad expandiendo es a 3 meses. Esto es el cero bastante alcista que todavía tenemos. Aquí todavía no cambia nada. Cuando estamos solamente viendo el gráfico de 3 meses de Bitcoin, en realidad todavía no ha cambiado nada. Tenemos este alto. Sí, no has hecho este alto más alto, pero es solamente una vela después. Así que todavía en esta temporalidad no hay nada de qué preocupar. Solo estamos tomando nota de los 76 con el promedio del 9. Después nos vamos a ir rápidamente a la mensual. En la mensual quiero que tomemos nota de esto. El promedio del 9, 76. ¿Ok? Que es igual que el promedio del 5 en la trimestral. Eso es importante. Pero acá también el promedio del 5 está en los 84,853. Lo que nos está abriendo una zona de interés para una vez que se rompa esta estructura, esta línea pinche que les dibujé acá, eso nos podría llevar a esta zona. Y ahorita que nos acerquemos vamos a ver un poco más. Volatilidad no nos está dando ningún cero, pero está yendo una vez más a niveles bajos. Así que en la mensual no tenemos nada más que ver. Aquí es donde cuando ves una tabla quieres darte y poner atención. ¿Por qué? Porque normalmente los rallies de Bitcoin acaban en divergencias bajistas. Y acá, en este rally, tuvimos una divergencia bajista. ¿Ok? Y ahorita, ¿qué es lo que podemos tener acá? Tenemos una divergencia bajista en juego y yo creo que esto vale la pena apuntarlo, ponerlo en tus notas, poner una alarma. Esta vela de Bitcoin va a cerrar en 18 días y 8 horas. ¿Quieres saber si tocaste el techo de Bitcoin o no? Lo único que tienes que hacer es esto, poner tu alarma cuando acaben 18 días y 8 horas de esto que estoy diciendo en este momento y ver si el precio está arriba de 92,000. Si el precio en el cierre de esta vela está arriba de 92,000, todo bien, se invalida la divergencia bajista y podemos continuar alcistamente. ¿Alcistamente? ¿Eso es una verdadera palabra? No, no estoy seguro. Pero de invalidar estos 92 con esta vela, tío, esto se iría al nepe suizo. No sé por qué suizo, pero me sonó bastante rico. Uy, unas enchiladas suizas de Sanborns. Me caerían muy bien ahorita. Pero bueno, aquí tienen este pico, tienen justamente lo que estamos viendo. Todavía no hemos roto la tendencia. Aquí no hay nada de qué preocuparse. Yo creo que también tu siguiente nivel de preocupación es sencillo. Un cierre abajo del 91,119 valida que esta es una vela de tope también. Entonces aquí es donde empieza a juntar un poco divergencias que se están dando en el RSI. Estás juntando un poco de teoría de vela, estás juntando un poco de formación de estructura en todo tu análisis, ¿ok? Y de nuevo, no tenemos nada en volatilidad en cuanto a setup se refiere. Vámonos a la de 2 semanas en el precio de Bitcoin. En 2 semanas tenemos 87 con el promedio del 9. Estamos por primera vez por debajo en este rally desde acá, desde octubre. Bueno, no, en realidad desde agosto del 2024, que fue cuando caímos a los 40 y... no, acá atrás. Pero sí, o sea, despuésito, que caímos a los 52,000, recuperamos el promedio del 5 y desde entonces hemos estado por encima. Ahora estamos abajo. El promedio del 5 en la de 2 semanas está en 92,807. Lo pueden ver acá. Y el precio está por debajo en los 91,900. Está bastante cardíaco. A la zona a la que yo pongo atención una vez más, esta zona en 75, que es donde está en la mensual mi promedio del 9, que es donde está en la trimestral mi promedio del 5. Voy a poner una nota como esto y además voy a darme cuenta que aquí hay un alto que debería, y en realidad hay dos. Cabrón, pero bueno, Alejandro, deja de hacer tonterías, brother. Tenemos esto. Aquí yo pondría esta línea por acá, simplemente para tenerla, para saber, esta suena simplemente una buena zona de oportunidad en un rebote. Olvídate de estructura, etcétera. Además de eso, vamos a voltear a ver esto. Tenemos volatilidad ya definitivamente no continuando a la alza en lo que estamos esperando a ver qué otro setup nos da. Acercándonos ya un poco más, semanalmente hablando, popule mi tabla. Podemos ver que el promedio del 34 está en 77. Hemos perdido el promedio del 9. Esta es la primera vez en la semanal que lo perdemos desde acá, que fue justamente una vez más en septiembre cuando caímos a los $52,000. Perdiendo el promedio del 9 es bastante malo y normalmente te lleva a rebotar en el promedio del 21. Esta zona, una vez más, los $84,000, una zona de bastante interés, es donde está el promedio del 5 en la trimestral. Aquí hay interés alto y ahora les voy a explicar por qué. No tenemos ningún setup de volatilidad para nada ahorita. Nuestro setup de jamás se fue al culo. Y ahora vamos rápidamente a la de 5 días. Aquí es donde nos empezamos a espantar poco porque nos estamos acercando más. 5 días debajo del 5 del 9 y podemos ver que 87 es donde está el 21. ¿Ok? Tenemos 2 periodos de volatilidad nula en nuestro BBWP, que mide la volatilidad. Recuerden, volatilidad es la línea de colores. La blanca es el promedio. Esto azul quiere decir este es un periodo de no volatilidad. Periodo de no volatilidad tenemos 2 de 5 días, 10 días de nada de volatilidad y el promedio está cayendo fuertemente. Acá, una vez que crucemos el 15%, nos va a dar un setup a la alza o a la baja. Y esto tiene cara de que va a acabar jugando a la baja, porque estamos viendo velas rojas. Vamos a acercarnos todavía un poco más. Vamos a ver la de 2 días. En la de 2 días, ¿qué tenemos? En la de 2 días, una vez más, tenemos el promedio del 55 justamente acá en los $87,000, solamente para agregar confluencia a esta zona. Y podemos ver que nuestra volatilidad está expandiendo junto con esta vela roja. Pero desde abajo. Todavía no pasa el promedio, por lo que no lo podemos contar, pero pongamos atención a este movimiento del precio. Diaria. Denle 39 minutos a mi gráfico. Ahí está. Diaria vemos que estamos una vez más expandiendo justamente acá nuestra volatilidad y esa es una vela roja. Así que si nos estamos acercando más y más y más, podemos ver que esa va a ser una zona bastante fuerte de interés. Puedes ver que el promedio de los 200, el S&P 200 está justo en mi línea meme de los 73 y también puedes ver que esta línea del promedio del 100, el EMA 100, está justamente donde están nuestros otros promedios en otras temporalidades en los $87,000. Personalmente hice esta jugada y yo había puesto, les voy a enseñar esta, lo platicamos en uno de estos en vivos, donde no me tocó, pero aquí, ¿dónde está mi línea? Ahí está. Esta línea también me lo hubiera pelado yo. Yo había puesto esta línea simplemente agarrando este mínimo y este máximo de esta vela, este cierre, por encima del cierre, porque acá hemos visto que tiene resistencia fuerte y acá lo uso como soporte. Entonces yo coloqué ahí mi línea meme como una posible zona de interés. Y como siempre, el gran juego de Bitcoin me la aplicó, se quedó en 89,000 y yo estaba en 88,800. Me falló por $300 esto. En mi otra, que nada más lo dibujé, me salió exacto, pero eso fue honestamente puro churro, todos ustedes lo saben. Es lo que estamos viendo por acá. En la de 2 horas, para acercarnos todavía exageradamente más a esto que estamos viviendo en Bitcoin, podemos notar que estamos perdiendo hasta el promedio del 5, cabrón. Nos rechazó acá hasta el 9, el 5, y ahora todo este bajón lo dimos con este putazo de volatilidad. A la volatilidad le gusta estar en extremos en este tipo de timeframes. Siempre y cuando estés debajo de todo esto, este rebote todavía no está confirmado para que vayas a disfrutar un zampompazo hasta los $95. Tienes que mínimo retomar la zona de los 92,571, que es donde está el promedio del 9 acá, que ya te rechazó una vez. Y después tienes que romper estos 93,000 a la alza para poder sentir que esto va a mejorar. Por ahora, viendo esto, viendo el dólar, viendo la dominancia de Tether, porque saben ustedes también, Tether es una apuesta en contra de Bitcoin, para arriba o para abajo. Si Tether está subiendo, Bitcoin está bajando. Si Bitcoin está bajando, Tether está subiendo. Creo que dije exactamente lo mismo, simplemente repetido. Ok, tenemos la de 2 horas en Tether, ya vi por qué no funciona. La semanal es la que nos dice, entre la semanal y la diaria en Tether, nos explica bastante bien la cosa. Podemos ver esto. Podemos ver cómo en la diaria, en la semanal, hemos estado formando esta estructura alcista y hemos intentado romper por encima del 9. Esta es nuestra primera vela que está por encima del 9 y vamos claramente a buscar el 4,62% o hasta el 4,69%, que es una zona interesante para nosotros. Cuando Tether rompe esta zona a la alza, tienes velas de este tamaño. O sea, empieza la expansión, continúa y se vuelve mucho más fuerte que en el pasado. Entonces tenemos que estar atentos a esto. Tether tiene toda la pinta de que quiere darse una vuelta al 4,69%, primero al 5%. Puedes ver que justamente había hecho el pre-front run del promedio del 100. Acá lo tocó. Esta vela todavía no rechaza oficialmente porque todavía no cierra la vela. Si esta vela cierra por encima del 4,48%, tienes un viaje gratis al 5%. Y eso rompe toda la estructura de acá, lo vuelve una estructura alcista confirmado, creando un nuevo alto más alto, aunque ya lo tienes acá. Lo único que tienes que hacer es confirmar una vez más acá. Y esto pondría a Tether en una posición bastante alcista a corto plazo, medio plazo, y nos diría que estamos viviendo una excelente y potente corrección en Bitcoin. ¿Qué es lo que creemos simplemente para finalizar esto? Creemos nosotros, cabrón, además de haber mandado la señal de short en este momento, creemos nosotros que sí vamos a romper esta zona. No sabemos cuándo, si sea hoy, mañana, pasado, etcétera. Lo que también creemos es que va a tomar bastante liquidez, lo va a hacer rápido, va a subir una vez más, va a darle a la gente la idea de que esto fue una trampa bajista, va a crear un alto más bajo y de ahí poder ir a comer mierda por completo. Eso es lo que nosotros vemos como el escenario más factible y posible en esto. Estamos jugando paso a paso, siguiendo los movimientos día a día. Definitivamente lo que habíamos dicho de que este era un tope local, creo que se está sintiendo más y más. Y por cierto, una locura, ¿no? Poder haber aprendido después de haber comprado Bitcoin en el último ciclo en $90,000 y venderlo en 10,000, el poder ver esto. Y de nuevo, no nada más estoy apoyado en estos dos cracks, pero también yo creo que algo que nos enseña que hace el ciclo de Bitcoin algo más fácil en todo esto, y fue lo que también me ayudó a salirme de acciones, fue dos cosas. Uno, ver a Michael Saylor en toda la televisión. Eso se los juro por mi vida y no tiene nada de malo, simplemente te está diciendo, ok, aquí es normalmente cuando la gente empieza a vender. Y la otra, toda la gente en Twitter poniendo, cada que comento algo de Bitcoin, si suena algo bajista, porque ni siquiera lo estoy diciendo, como cuando pongo gráficas del dólar, cállate, güey, tú dijiste que Bitcoin iba a caer. Cuando veo eso, toda la gente que nunca se ha equivocado en las tablas, que siempre me comenta y me recuerda todos mis errores, cuando veo ese frenesí y veo a Michael Saylor en la tele y veo que la mamá de mis amigos le está preguntando a mis amigos de Bitcoin, es el tope local. De nuevo, nadie está diciendo se va a ir a cero, se va a ir a $3,000. Nadie, solamente es el tope local. Y hasta ahora suena que vamos por ahí. La tabla nos ha dado la razón hasta ahorita. Vamos a continuar paso a paso. Y ahora, si se voltea y vemos que, olvídalo, esto no es un tope local, chido. Simplemente no lo fue ella, ¿no? Ahí está. Es el análisis de Bitcoin. Alex, are you doing yours next?
Yeah, salamis.
Solamamis.
Let's see how back we are or how fucked we are. Let's see. Let me just
come on, salamis. God damn, dude. I had bought an NFT. I had made a trade that I was like, dude, I'm about to double my money. It's just gone.
We're so
gone.
back. We've never
And
been
it's
so
gone.
back. It's overreaction.
When I saw, there's 2 or 3 NFT people that somehow I still follow. And when the 3 of them were like, this is a local bottom, this is the bottom in when everything was going down before, I was like, oh no, there is more downside. But I had already purchased my stupid NFT. Sorry, Alex, get it.
Yeah.
Get at it.
So Solana right now, I mean, just to put it in perspective, this range that we were caught in for honestly a few months, support was at 2273. We had also resistance at 26. That 26 number was brought up a lot due to the fact that Solana versus Bitcoin honestly was trying to test it a lot. There was back in July, we had actually that breakout before we quickly deviated back into the range. And then actually in October and then in November, we actually tested it twice. Not really resulting to anything because we essentially never closed above this range. And we see here that the monthly median, which is acting as solid resistance through and through, since we basically lost that in June. We also see this range here has actually worked pretty nice, even in 2022. Losing the monthly 9 and then also losing the range basically resulted into a major dump back to the bottom of the support essentially that it broke out from, which is at 1358. Pretty detrimental dump, honestly. that was a 36% move down on closing that month for SOL BTC. So now what we see is we are losing that zone, and we've even lost a monthly 9. That monthly 9, like I just said, is like my bull market criteria. That is a zone that we were above pretty solidly this whole way through since it got reclaimed back in October of 2023. So pretty, nasty, honestly, monthly close we had in December where we actually lost it. Yes, the 21 held, but when you're dealing with a monthly, your hopium into next month is that you get that bounce from the 21 and actually reclaim the monthly 9. What we had here was almost that, but on the flip side, now we're rejecting the monthly 9, right? Something that's been solid support this whole bull market essentially is now telling us that this actually could be solid resistance. And so that's never a good sign, especially with what occurred in 2022. So now what we see is we are approaching kind of the last stand, that EMA 34 on the monthly, but also most importantly, the support that was formed on these wick lows here on SOL BTC, which is right around that 1.8 level. You're essentially going to want to see this area hold. You can gauge it by looking at where that monthly EMA 34, and these ranges will move, but you have 18 days until that occurs. So we know that the bottom of the 38.2% is right around where that monthly EMA 34, which is sitting right around where the meme line is, which is basically just dictated by this wick high, which has been held by essentially these wick lows. So now what we see is, SOL BTC actually could be gearing up for some kind of bigger breakdown, in my opinion. We see monthly volatility is at the lowest read ever recorded on SOL BTC, and it actually is now expanding above the moving average. We didn't fully get a volatility setup, but just seeing this as low as it is right now is a very interesting sign to me that, is once we see this monthly really start popping off and expanding, similar to what we saw here back in 2023, this kind of is, once it got back above the moving average, this is kind of what exacerbated this bullish move up. So I do fear that if we start shifting bearish, losing the monthly 9 under the monthly median, rejecting also the meme line, which was holding for multiple months here, so it's a range breakdown. I do fear that actually SOL BTC could just be gearing up for a bigger move, a bigger breakdown actually to occur once we do lose essentially that monthly EMA 34, and that could come anywhere into this zone, 1.3 to possibly 1.4. I'm curious to see just at current price action. That would be a 29% move down. Still pretty meaty, and it's definitely not out of SOL BTC's characteristic. I mean, we saw it reject the literal top of this range and slap all the way down in 1 month. Something we're now rejecting currently. So, I mean, that just puts it kind of in perspective. SOL BTC, doesn't need to be going up for SOL USDT to go actually bullish and keep holding the level it's at. And it doesn't even need to, it being bearish doesn't necessarily mean that SOL USDT is going to just collapse. But like I always say, it just ties into once Bitcoin does get its pullback, like we see, today, it's just going to mean that, Bitcoin's down 3% and its tether pair is down 5.6%. So it's against Bitcoin even weaker, especially on its moves down. Now what we see on this 2-week, we actually see this 2-week volatility setup firing off now. And this one, just like the monthly, the difference here is we actually went below the 15% level. So now what we see is the 2-week was at the lowest volatility read ever recorded. We are now firing off. And unfortunately for bulls, this is firing off to the downside. And we see here from this, last, I guess the 2-week candle that we're on, we see the EMA 9 and 21 are crossing, and we're rejecting nicely that EMA 9. So, that again, it's just telling me that, what was solid support through and through is now kind of shifting into solid resistance. We're seeing that on the monthly 9, the 2-week 9, and we're even seeing this EMA 9 shift and actually cross down below the EMA 21. It's just never a good sign for me when you start seeing that. Yeah, we're not close to a silver cross yet. but it is just looming whenever you see that actual cross of the 9 and the 21. So now what we see is, it ties into kind of what I was saying. Last kind of stand here, where this hasn't really populated much, is that EMA 100 on the 2-week. That is right around the zone, the meme line, but at that point you're already on the monthly kind of breaking down. I have to say there should be some kind of reaction here, but we've also never dealt with this moving average, and there's not a lot of data behind it. Considering it's really only been populating since the beginning of this year. So, you want to take that with a grain of salt. Since this 2-week is now firing off from the lowest volatility read, to me, this just kind of ties into what we see with the monthly already, which is it really seems likely that, once we essentially lose that monthly EMA 34, I do see a lot of momentum with bears to actually take us back down to that 1-3 level. And so the 2 weeks interesting because we see volatility expanding, we see the rejection, we see us actually rejecting even the 9 right now on the 2-week. We're now approaching kind of the last stand, which is just the support. We essentially as a bull don't want this wick low. If I actually make this straight really fast, just like that, we essentially don't want this wick low here to get taken out, because then we really do run the risk of us actually having a full-on breakdown. Breaking this wick low has a lot of stops. I'm sure there's a lot of bulls that took positions on Sol BTC. I know on Binance you can actually trade this pair. I do believe you can trade the Bitcoin pairs on Binance. So I can imagine there's a lot of stops there. That was a pretty nice pump from the current low. From where we sit, that was a 9%, and from that wick high, that was a 21%. So I definitely know bulls here are sitting very nicely. Assuming that this is going to be some kind of major low, looking at this last low here. But losing that then really could mean that, this either is going to get some major bounce at that EMA 100, or we're going to just slice through there and really, expand on volatility. And then for me, the next target would be close to that 78.6%, which is, again, tying in right around where that 1.1352 level is on what I was saying on the monthly. Again, we have that SMA 200 creeping up right around that zone as well. For me, it's a big zone that we're approaching on Sol BTC. I wouldn't, necessarily be looking for shorts rather than just waiting for the lower low to confirm for this low to actually break and us actually to start flipping this support line into resistance for the easier short. Shorting here really runs the risk of us coming down slightly and then getting a bigger bounce. If instead we, fall through and then get a closure, especially on the weekly or above, and actually start rejecting this level, then you have an easier short to play with because you're dealing with just more of an easier level to identify where your risk is defined, which would just come in, if the weekly starts reclaiming back above 1.8, then we're reclaiming back above the SMA 200. And then, the monthly here is probably most likely holding that EMA 34. So for me, it's more of a sit and wait on, wait to see what happens. But the posturing of especially that 2-week and the weekly volatility expanding really tells me that, this really could start breaking down within next week, if not this week. You see here, bulls are essentially going to want to defend and hold above that EMA 100 on the weekly, because we do have a lot of data with that, uncompared to like that SMA 200. Losing that, in my opinion, gives me more confidence of a breakdown to occur. We can just see here, once we lost that is what sparked a big move down. It's right around the business of, wherever that EMA 100 is on the weekly, because it is a massive level. Above it is good, and below it is generally bad. So, just going to want to gauge that into this next week. But for bulls, that's still in 6 days. And then, lastly, I'll look at the daily real fast. Actually curious. Even on the daily, nothing's really bullish here. We see here we're slightly front running the daily EMA 9. We're under the median pretty nicely now. I guess best hopium for bulls is you're essentially, as it stands, going to want to get back above. Really, you're just going to want to get back above 228. You're going to want to get back into this range here that we were holding. Below it's just not going to be good. And you can even see the rejection we had from it 2 times, one here and now one here, which was a slight front run. really gauge that EMA 100 on the daily as well. So it's right around that zone. But as long as we're under this now, this is resistance, which was support, right around that 228. I mean, it's more in favor of bears currently, especially on more of the macro views. So Sol BTC is looking weak. It's definitely not going to be good if Bitcoin is turning more bearish here for the tether pairing, because that just inherently will make it more weaker than Bitcoin. So now let's see what we're dealing with on Sol USDT. Let me go first to the monthly. So the monthly here, we're kind of at the last stand for bulls on the monthly. Why I say that is because we're at that monthly EMA 9. I really like just simple trading. And if a level has held this entire bull market and we've gotten major moves from that point, I don't think it's wise to disregard that. So we're currently there. We actually hit that when we went down all the way to 168.88. So close to that 169 level. Nice. So you're going to want to see a bounce at this point, or you're going to really run the risk of, again, that bigger breakdown scenario occurring, which for me, if I start extending these lines here, I like the posturing of the monthly 21. It's coming in right around that zone currently, right around 130. It is at $131.78. My next support zone, if we lose this zone, is 142 to maybe a wick all the way down to 135, which ties in nicely to wherever that EMA 21 is on the monthly. You can see here that this zone at, what is this meme line at? Oh yeah, 169 is pretty important for bulls to defend and hold. So the fact that we're all the way back here now, and the fact that Bitcoin currently is still putting in a major volatility setup on the 5-day makes me more cautious at this point. Why? It's just simply because I know Sol BTC is looking quite bearish, actually. There really was minimum hopium for bulls in my analysis on Sol BTC because it's just heavily in a downtrend and it's not looking that good. It looks like it's about to break down. So Sol USDT is now at major support. This is kind of the last stand for bulls. If we lose this, it's really going to play into bear market vibes for me, especially on Sol. Sol bulls love to be above that monthly 9. We get big moves up anytime we're above it. But once we start losing it, that's where we start getting a lot of chop represented with the reclaim and then the quick dump down to losing it. But then also you just get a lot more bearish posturing once you start losing that monthly 9. Essentially, once we reclaimed it and lost it here, this was the spark of a major bear market for Sol. I mean, we went all the way from $143 in 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 months. We went all the way down to $9.97. So that's why, to me, this is like a very important spot for Sol to actually hold. On the monthly, we do see that, volatility is, again, at the lowest volatility reads we've ever had on Sol Tether pairing, just like it was on the Sol BTC pairing. The only difference is the Sol BTC pairing is now expanding and above the moving average, while the Tether pairing is still kind of contracting. So that is just a point to just mentally know that, even on this major move up that Sol had, and even on this major move down, volatility has never been this low ever recorded on Sol, ever, on the Bitcoin pairing and on the Tether pairing. So this is in 18 days, but you're essentially, as a bull, going to need this to hold. We can easily wick down below it. We can, just go below, but as long as we don't get any closing basis below it, it's just going to be more of a tick for bulls. If I throw the trend wave catalyst on here, you can see very clearly, where the last higher low was essentially before we broke and made that higher high. And so Sol can come anywhere around this zone. That's why even if it goes all the way down to the next zone, which is around $133 to $136, it still would overall keep with the macro trend. And this could just be an argument of a higher low. You're really going to get majorly.
Sorry.
What were we going to say?
I was just looking at this. Fucking scary, because on the monthly, it kind of seems like fucking once it gets lost, it's lost. And then there's no, like, the only way you go back is just to do a little retest, like in the previous cycle on the left side. But that little retest just fucking took you there for 1 second and then back down. Yeah. That nuked quite fast.
It did. Yeah, that wasn't good. And that was a 31% dump on one monthly candle. And I'm glad that you bring this again up, because this really does put it in perspective. Like, above the monthly 9, amazing. Bulls are having a party. Under it, though, is when we really start getting the fuckery, the chop, and then bears take full control. So that's why we're really just going to want to be careful at this point. You're going to want to see a bounce here, where you're going to run the risk of us coming all the way back down and testing this $138. But what we know from past history is once we really start breaking away from that 9, any tests of that just end up being resistance. And so if we end up losing this EMA 21 on the monthly, and then also swiping and breaking this last low we had on August, which is right around $110 to be exact, then yeah, you're going to be in a monthly downtrend at that point. The monthly median is heavily above price action. Trend on the monthly is now flipped down, while we're now highly away from that monthly 9. Again, just plays into the bear market scenario. So that is why right now at this point, you're going to need to see bulls hold this point, or you're going to really run the risk of us coming all the way back down. And actually, even on the HBDR, you see on the monthly, the 38.2% is slightly around where that EMA 21 is. We're not too far off, but it is at basically $121. So, if we're under the median, you'd either get a bounce at this point back to the median, or there's more of a chance of us actually testing down below here. So, at that point, like I said, you're far from the monthly 9. You're now testing the monthly trend. You start breaking that $110 level, yeah, that really will be bad news. But if you actually get a dump into the zone and it starts holding, this actually could give a really nice risk to reward long, even for a mean reversion bounce. Because assuming that the 9 stays here and we, let's say, get a bounce from here, your stop could be literally at $110. So maybe this is just a spot trade. But then you could at least just at minimum test the monthly 9. At the very least, you should at least test it one time once you lose it. I mean, we even saw that here where we tested it once, we tested it twice, broke above it, just went slightly higher than this wick, and then fell through. And then even on this closure, if you were just a conservative, patient guy, you could have just shorted the retest here and still caught a very nice move down. Your short could have been around the 90s, and you easily could have went all the way down to $30 on that trade, a life-changing trade. So
those are the ones that I want to be involved in for the money, not for anything else, just for the money. Of
course. Yeah. The life-changing money is great money.
Absolutely. That's all I'm saying. If anyone clips me and shows this to Belen, I will fucking kill you.
So now the 2 week too is also very ominous to me, because now what you see is just like on Sol BTC, Sol tether pairing, you're getting the lowest volatility read, but you're actually getting the expansion now. You're basing off the moving average, and it's now starting to curve back up. For me, this is concerning, because what we see is we're losing that 2 week median. We're also losing the 2 week 9. So this just plays into what I said on Bitcoin, which last week really looks like a bull trap to me. That major pump up also looks like a bull trap on Sol. Quick loss of the 9, quick reclaim, only for it to take all the stops up here. Shorts probably closed, longs probably opened. It was holding the 216 level for just like 1 or 2 days. Quick deviation, slap down. Now we're just taking out all the lows here. And even on the meme line, we're at the last stand. We're also on the 2 week EMA 21. Next spot here for me would be right around the 38.2% at 140. That's right around the 2 week EMA 34. A zone, Sol likes to bottom from. We've only really tested it one time, and even this point didn't fully test it. But at that point, again, it just ties into what we saw in the monthly, which is if we're already coming back down to, let's say, 134 to 142, you're really running the risk of us actually breaking this low. Yes, it's 9% away, but for an altcoin, especially in an environment where Bitcoin's going down, really, 10% moves to the downside can happen in one day. So it's really not bad, especially for an altcoin. So you're really going to want to be very careful here and really look at the reaction. If, let's say, we don't run this low, but we, let's say, start losing, most importantly, the 38.2%, we start closing under that 2 week EMA 34, that could be your sign if you're trying to look for longs to, close the longs, wait for either a reclaim, or maybe look for even a short, because, that could be your kind of pre-steps of a breakdown, essentially. And then, we actually start seeing let me delete this line here. This one, no, not this one. Oh, wait, here. I have to throw the rainbow chart off before I delete something. This one, oh, I guess not. And then expand this, yeah. Let me see. You actually start seeing the 2-week, zones here. It's actually quite interesting because before we had that big breakout in the 80s, we kind of consolidated, and we almost formed like a 2-week bull flag here before actually expanding out. And then at that point, that $100 psychological number acted as support before going up pretty insanely. I mean, in a month, we went up from, $100 all the way up to $211. Pretty insane move. I'm going to be gauging this zone very carefully. That's right where the 2-week EMA 100 is. I'm going to be gauging that very carefully, but I know bulls are hearing this, me talking about $100. That is kind of the environment we could be in. If let's say bulls really don't defend that monthly EMA 9, get a bounce around here and actually break the trend, like I said on the monthly scenario, yeah, you're really running the risk of us going all the way back down at minimum to $100, at maximum possibly all the way down to 80s again. And I'm only saying that just because volatility is confirming that as well. I mean, when you're getting major volatility setups on very high time frames, like this isn't a daily, 2-day, or even a 5-day, this is like a 2-week, a monthly, a weekly. It's very damaging for the bull thesis here. And that's why we really want to be careful, especially looking at something like Solana, because if Bitcoin does even get slight bearishness, just like what we saw today, it's going to be like a 2x factor for Sol, where, Bitcoin could be up down 2% and Sol's down 4, if not 5%, like what we see today. So I'm pretty bearish on Sol. I do believe, though, we'll get some bounce around here. I don't think bears will just have an easy ride down all the way to 138, but I also can be completely wrong on this. Because we have seen this in the past where
I was gonna say, yeah, there's literally a candle that did that.
yeah, I know, yeah, like I can be heavily wrong on this because we're talking about an altcoin. We can go insanely up for weeks on end where bears are just thinking this just has to be it, and it's never it. And then on the flip side, bulls can get the taste of that own medicine where we just go, these are 2 weeks. So, right here, 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, 4 months and 2 weeks, we just went straight down. That's insane. Of just literally straight down, shorting this with your eyes closed, you would have made money. So that is, the kind of environment we are entering if this monthly 9 doesn't hold, because you're essentially just going to be in a massive bear market if the monthly 9 doesn't hold, and then the monthly trend shifts. The trend always has precedent over everything. So if the monthly trend is shifting and the monthly 9's rejecting or not holding, I mean, it's going to be really hard to be bullish on this chart. The weekly here, again, last stand at the EMA 34, and the weekly just plays into why we're going to need to see a bounce here soon on Sol. Or you're going to really run the risk of us just breaking down and going to 78.6%. That is, again, right at 140. We keep seeing that 140 to 136 level come up a lot. So it just tells me, yeah, if this doesn't hold, this might even give us an easy short. Maybe the weekly closes, then we can pop and get the bearish retest short. To actually test that 140 level, but again, shorting here is just going to be a little harder, but it can give us more of an easy short if we just are patient. What you don't want to do is front run a short. I've done this when I first became, was going in trading. You kind of start thinking, this scenario. So you're like, well, why don't I just short it here and here and here until, we actually just hold support. And we're now at this point $100, and you're like, oh shit, I'm going to get liquidated or I'm going to get fucked. And I should have just shorted here and had my stop here. Oh, that would have been a lot smarter. So that's why for me, I'm not really waiting on, I'm just not really eager to short Sol, even as bearish as it looks, until we either get a breakdown confirmation or, we get that bearish, bearish retest scenario, which is coming in right around where that weekly 9 is, which remember, we reclaimed the weekly 9, we lost it. We are getting the follow through, but I'm still going to be looking at this weekly 9 just like I did as major support, now as major resistance. So it's coming in right around where that $200 level is. That makes it a lot easier for me to short, but nothing's telling me, especially on volatility, that actually has to occur, because even if volatility is contracting here, it's still above the 15% after going under. It's still giving us a setup. Once this does fire off, it again will just be more in favor of bulls. I mean, of bears, not bulls. Definitely bears. Let me see real quickly the 3-day and then the daily. So the 3-day actually freshly has lost that median. We see the median now is right around where the 9 and the 21 is. So again, just gauge the $200 level. As a trader, you would have already been gauging that just simply because of the psychological nature of that $200 zone. Maybe we get a wick to that $204 level. But essentially, you're going to want to now be looking at anywhere from 204 to 200 as resistance on SOL. So as long as we're under there, I mean, the pressure is more still on bears or on bulls to actually get us above there, or bears are going to actually break us down. I like the posturing of the 3-day. If I take the HPDR off, the 3-day is actually interesting to me, because we see here when we were under that EMA 100 on a 3-day, right here, do this. You can just see it was rejecting us pretty nicely down. I mean, through and through, it was pretty solid resistance. Once we SFP'd it, we got that first retest of it. This kind of solidified the major resistance point before we broke away and actually went down. This at this point was at $100. This broke away in under a few days and went all the way to $38. That's pretty insane. We see in this bear market, we were just under it. We had almost a shot of reclaiming it. We didn't. That again just led to more destruction from at least that EMA 100. That led to another 30% move down. And it wasn't until we actually reclaimed above it where bulls really started to get the momentum to bring us up. Why I like this EMA 100 on the 3-day especially is because you also see on most major dumps down. I like this one. It's a better example. So from this wick high all the way down from this wick low, I'm sure bulls were thinking it was probably over at this point. 26% move down, but you see here that EMA 100 held very nicely, and then that ultimately led us to a bottom before breaking out. What I like about that is coming in right around where we are at in current price action. It's at $164. So with what we know on the monthly now, being at the monthly EMA 9 is right around $169. The 2-week here is at the EMA 21 at $169. And then when we're reviewing the 3-day, we see we're approaching that EMA 100 on the 3-day, which has been a major bottoming zone for Solana. It just ties into why I don't think it's wise right now to be looking for shorts, but rather for more of like a tap and go, if not this bottom holding. Because I just, like I was saying on Bitcoin when we were reviewing that weekly 9, when we get volatility, it doesn't unsolidify the major point that we're at on the chart, which is a major level that has been holding through and through. I mean, simply bidding this EMA 9 on the monthly has always led to just major moves. That was a 30% move up. And then at this point, even bidding it there from even kind of first resistance, that was a 36% move up. And then actually going long on it gave you essentially here from wick high a 65% move up. So I don't think disregarding this level is, wise. That's why you're really, as a bull, going to need to see this zone hold. You're going to want to see this actually, get a bounce, and then that bounce actually takes us back above. Most importantly, that 204 region. Getting back above the 204 region puts us back above all the major moving averages. We easily could form a range here, like 200 to 215. But that's better than just being in no man's land on the verge of a major breakdown. So you're essentially going to want to see a bounce. The daily ties into that. The SMA 200 is right around that zone as well. So kind of the last stand before bigly breaking down. Next logical target for me is $140 to $135. We start losing that. then there's going to be a really great chance we're going to go at least back down minimum to $100, if not all the way to $85. And that most likely then plays into, the monthly didn't hold the level. And Solana is potentially entering into a major bear market. If not just a major, major bear market. I mean, that's just how I'm going to put it, which is crazy because you're not hearing many people talk about that scenario. But where we're at on Sol right now, it definitely is giving me that vibe. So be very careful here if you're bidding it, especially with what we know with Bitcoin dominance. It's still looking like it wants to go up. It's not good vibes for Sol. Maybe I can find some kind of hopium here if I view the Sol ETH chart. That's been pretty strong.
Can I throw some hopium your way?
Yeah.
All right. Here we go. The Hamas setup. The reason why I didn't check the chart and I didn't even know how to look at volatility and I knew it was going to blow the fuck up was because when that happened, bond yields went down aggressively, not immediately afterwards. And I knew they were going to do because we were going to inject. We gave Ukraine 95 billion and we gave Israel 25 billion, right? So a total of let's say $120 billion, $130 billion, which that's enough to create a nice little Hamas pump in liquidity. Okay. So California fires, the bill is probably going to be around $250 billion, which I think no one is really understanding the size of that number. $250 billion. Now, you're going to ask me, what does rebuilding your house has to do with Solana? What the fuck does fucking killing Hamas people has to do with Bitcoin or with Solana? So I'm just throwing a little hopium for everyone here.
That's interesting. That's an interesting point. Yeah. I mean, because we know also I think fire insurance companies canceled a lot of people's insurance. A lot of destruction. I mean, whole little communities got just, it looks like an apocalyptic.
The most expensive ones. It's like you burned down Monaco, dude. Monaco, but times
crazy
8.
Shit. It's crazy, crazy to me. So I haven't even considered that scenario. Possibly, the federal government stepping in and actually just,
they have
doing
to.
what they do.
I think they have to.
Yeah, I do think so as well. I haven't even thought of that. So that is a major hopium scenario, actually, because, with money comes, crypto loves that. Pumping more money makes inflation, I believe, go up a lot more. And, Bitcoin does well in inflationary markets. So, very interesting. Lastly, I just want to look at the 5-day.
I just want to apologize to Farhan real quick. Sorry for selling the hopium. I know that you were storing it in your night drawer, but I'm sorry.
He's the hopium dealer. You're on his turf.
If I catch you stepping on my turf one more time, we're gonna have problems.
Agreed. Perfect. I'm out of it.
Nobody sells dope on my turf.
Especially not that size.
God damn. Well, lastly, I want to just go on this 5-day because the 5-day kind of just ties it all well together. If bulls don't go and actually reclaim control, which again just ties into us getting back above $204, you're going to really run the risk of us having a major breakdown on Solana. The 5-day has only very few times. Nope, never mind. I'm thinking of a different chart. The 5-day, though, is actually giving us volatility setup. What I was thinking about is there's only been one occurrence where we've had zero volatility. We were hoping that we were going to come down enough to actually get another zero volatility read on BBWP. Would be the second in Solana's history. That hasn't occurred. And what we see now is we're actually breaking out on the 5-day BBWP, which is not good because, generally this 5-day setup does, lead to big moves on Sol. This one's a little harder to judge simply just based off the zero volatility read. But if, we even go to this one, really carefully, we're going to see we did break slightly up before going back down. So on that little pump up, let's see what that occurred, right? So we can see here that little pump up gave us a 30, I'll just take it from right here, 32% move before resetting again. That's pretty massive in my opinion. This one's more obvious. We see here at this point, we essentially do it from this closure because that's when we started to break out. Went up 46%. So you're dealing with a major move here on volatility. What we see on the 5 days, we lost the 5-day 9 on the last 5-day closure. We're now rejecting the 21. Whenever you don't fully go, whenever you lose a 21 and the 9 all in one candle, but let's say the 34 holds like in this scenario, generally you rally up to the 9. Whenever you simply reject off the 21, it always tells me, at least in my experience with crypto, that's very weak. I mean, it couldn't even reach the 9, it rejecting off the 21, which is exactly what we're doing now. You see, we are generally now in this 5-day, it kind of puts in perspective at a major point for Sol. Anytime we lose this 170 level, generally just leads to major dumps all the way back down to that 135 to 140 level each and every single time. It's never a good scenario to lose that 170 on a 5-day on Sol. Especially though, when you get, let's say, a 5-day volatility firing off at where we're at currently, because with what we see, let's say, even Sol goes down at current price action, another 20%, that would take us right around where the 5-day EMA 100 is, which technically is the next target when we lose that EMA 34. For me, we often get a free move to that EMA 100. I do like that is right around the zone we talked about on the 2-week, the monthly, the weekly, the 3-day, and now even the 5-day. Volatility expanding tells me that there's a very good chance now that we're most likely going to probably break and actually not hold this 170. So that is just something to be mindful of, especially if you're looking for longs here, because right now we are more in favor of bears actually breaking us down. Looking at the 5-day BBWP, you actually see the median curved up on this next opening. So now when it was at $219, it's now all the way at closer to $230. Not a bullish sign by any means. And we even see here we're rejecting off the 38.2% on the 5-day. The last occurrence of this, when we basically broke the blue zone to the downside, was, let me find it. Let me move that back. Nice. Okay, so up.
You kind of wrote it there. No, you failed there.
Yeah, I mean, on a wick basis, you did technically go down. Those 20%. Talking more like follow through though, because again, lots of chop with altcoins. You see a lot of scenarios where we break it to the upside, not many where you've broken it to the downside and had nice follow through. Let me just find it.
Basically at the bottom, dude, on the left.
Yeah. Oh, fuck. Yeah, and that's what I'm hoping is not the scenario, which, okay, so here we did. So, I mean, we lost it here. We rejected it. That again led us down 27%, and that was on one 5-day candle. Keep in mind, this one also is pretty nice. I'll just take it from the blue zone. That from that wick low went 52% down, and then here I believe.
Whoa!
Yeah,
that was the daddy of all.
Yeah, this is a good one. I'll take it from, we essentially lost it, tried to retest it, rejected there, came down from this rejection point. We came all the way down to extremes. It fell 72%. Actually, was that in 40 days too? Let me just see.
It was really fast.
Yeah, 40 days. So, that's pretty insane to me. You're almost making 1.3% a day shorting in 40 days. That's pretty insane, actually. So, again, and notice how we found all those scenarios where that was either in
bear market,
just the depths of the bear market, or where we were actually finding some kind of bottom in the bear market. All scenarios in the bear market, though. So that's why, again, it just ties into why we really want this monthly 9 to hold. Why it's probably not the most absurd thing to talk about the bear market scenario on Solana. Especially if we start losing this zone. And I'm just going to be on that camp that, Sol, and I'm sure a lot of other alts are probably looking this way, are very close to just like full on nuking. I won't fully call it, especially if the monthly 9 gets lost. that to me will be good confirmation of us going back down to that 135, 140 level. I won't fully call the bear market until the monthly trend is down, which for me will have to occur once actually SOL does break essentially that 110 level. Once we break that 110 level, yeah, I mean, we're most likely going to go much lower. So that's all I really have on SOL. Try to make that kind of lengthy to kind of just dive deep into it. But now we get that 5-day volatility expanding, something we were talking about. We didn't get the zero volatility read on BBWP before we got the expansion. So again, just really ties into, probably a greater chance of a breakdown here than a breakout. And seeing this 5-day BBWP, it really does kind of make me more aware that, yeah, this 170, it makes sense we're getting some bounce, but I mean, I guarantee on a lower time frame we're probably just going to reject some like EMA 9, like what we did here. The 2 hour, got the nice bounce, hit the EMA 9, and now we're rejecting, and it's even looking like a retest on the lower time frame. So if you're a bull and you're looking for longs and maybe you longed around here, I would personally probably just sell. But that's just my own personal opinion. So
we'll see how that plays for those motherfuckers.
We'll
those
see.
Solana bullies. Hang on a second. Let me see what we got now. We got Tesla and then XRP and then Rivian. Fuck us.
I can do
Rivian. All right, I got XRP.
You are the
Mr. Garlic House. Yeah. You're Mr. Garlic Bread.
Garlic bread.
Until you have the amount of money that Mr. Garlic House has, I'm sorry. I gotta, we gotta downsize you a little bit.
The garlic bread.
It's fucking delicious too. So
I only like garlic bread with cheese. I'm weird like that. I don't like regular garlic bread.
You don't?
No, not by itself. It's got to be a really, really, really like nice garlic bread for me to like it without.
Oh no, dude, just give me the shittiest one. I'll fucking eat it all. Absolutely, just like a toilet. Sorry, I wanted to get depressed, so I'm looking at Ethereum. Wow, what a raise, Solana BTC.
You don't like the chair, or is that too much ADA?
That's too much ADA. That's too much ADA, son. Vale, pues, estamos viendo el gráfico de Solana. Solana. Vamos a empezar rápido, trimestral, pero la mensual es donde tiene mucha información esto para darnos. Primera cosa a notar, el promedio del 5 está por acá en los 158, justamente coincide con nuestra línea meme por acá, la volatilidad no nos está diciendo nada, lo pueden ver por ahí abajo, y hemos creado un nuevo alto histórico por acá en relación al pasado. Ahora, el problema con Solana, y recuerden todos ustedes, por más que haya hecho solamente el alto de 259 y ahora el alto fue de 264, el valor de Solana como total se duplicó. El precio no, porque Solana tiene inflación como cualquier otra moneda, como el dólar, como el peso, como lo que quieras, porque siguen imprimiendo 8% de todo el supply que existe cada año. Ahora, esto va a cambiar, tal vez, no estoy completamente seguro, no sigo todas las cosas que haga Solana todos los días, pero ese es el por qué. Hemos tenido cierres mucho más altos, eso sí, eso es bastante bueno, pero lo que estamos analizando en este momento es, estamos en un mercado alcista o bajista. Por ahora, esto sigue alcista en la trimestral, como igual que en Bitcoin. Estamos muy por encima del promedio del 5 y muy por encima del promedio del 9. El promedio del 9 está en los 132, el 5 está en 158. Ahora, aquí es donde la cosa se pone interesante, señores. Esto es, y déjenme quito el 34, y déjenme quito también el 5. Esto es peligroso. ¿Por qué lo digo? Porque pueden ver que toda esta subida nunca, pero ni cerca de romper la tendencia y cerrar debajo del 9. Ahora, ¿podemos simplemente hacer esto y rebotar? Por supuesto que sí. Pero la primera vez que perdimos el 9 en el 2021, bueno, 2022, fue acá. Y como pueden ver, una vez que se perdió el 9, fue acelerado el paso a llegar a esos $8 tan famosos que fue el fondo de Solana. Estamos por encima del 9 todavía, pero el 9 está en los 169. Nice. También tenemos al 21 en los 131. ¿no? El 9 y el 5 y el 9 en la tabla trimestral, que tiene sentido, son 3 tiempos más cortos. Si llegamos a romper esta zona a la baja y tenemos un cierre oficial en 18 días y 7 horas debajo de esta línea, no me sorprendería ver un escenario como el de acá. Y el escenario de acá, una vez que se rompió, caíste, cerraste abajo, luego cerraste acá, ¿te parece si medimos del retesteo, no? El retesteo bajista. Perdiste un 90, espérame. Perdiste un 93%. Ni siquiera en la parte alta. De ahí, del retesteo bajista. Lo que te va a abrir una oportunidad potente para un short de no mames cuando se llegue a dar. Ahora, con eso dicho y hecho, ya no tengo el plumoncillo. No tenemos un setup de volatilidad en esta tabla. Voy a poner el HPDR rápido para que vean cómo nos rechazó la media. Ya saben que aquí está la media, subió y ahora está coincidiendo con nuestra línea meme en los 256. La línea meme nos rechazó en esta subida, bajamos y ahora estamos justamente acá. Si llegáramos a ser una vez más rechazados o no poder lograr esto y perder el 9, siguiente objetivo van a ser los 122. 122 ya te pone en territorio de mercado bajista en este pedo. Para confirmarlo, en realidad van a ser los 110, porque 110 es el último bajo que había hecho que debe de aguantar. Si no aguantan los 110 ya para ese entonces, ahí quedó esto. O sea, ahí quedó esto. Por ahora todo bien. Todo bien, sigues en la zona azul, estás arriba del 9, estás arriba del 21, simplemente estás esperando a ver qué carajos va a pasar. Ahora vamos a la de 2 semanas. En la de 2 semanas puedes ver que perdiste el 9, no es tan severo como en temporalidades altas, lo puedes ver acá, lo ha perdido un par de veces, lo perdió 1, 2 veces en el pasado, cerró esta también 3, 4 por abajo y luego lo pudo volver a conquistar. La cosa es, el promedio, la media, esta que está aquí atrás, esta media, pueden verlo acá, está en los 187.26. El precio está en 175 en este momento. Si llegas a perder esta media en este cierre de 2 semanas, y esto va a pasar en 6 días y 7 horas, vas a tener un buen chance de irte a visitar la zona de los 140. ¿Ok? Y ahora, ¿tenemos algún cero de volatilidad? Aquí es donde tenemos que empezar a preocuparnos algo, porque la volatilidad está rebotando y pueden ver que la volatilidad acá en color está por encima del blanco, que es el promedio. Y eso está haciéndolo con esta vela roja. Esto nos da más favor a probablemente ir a visitar la zona de los 140 que ir a darte una vuelta al tope o de vuelta. No, de vuelta a la media no se pondría nada loco, pero tienes mucho más probabilidad de irte a la parte baja que a la parte alta de la zona azul. En la semanal, vamos a ver si la semanal nos está adelantando un poco la sorpresa. La semanal está todavía contrayendo la volatilidad, no nos dice nada. Puedes ver que estamos ya en el 61% y Solamis normalmente, si llega a la parte roja y naranja en esta temporalidad. Tenemos nuestro promedio del 100 justo en el 124 y también tenemos nuestro promedio del 55 junto y está a punto de tocar esta zona del 158. Lo que me hace pensar que los Solamis van a caer probablemente hasta mínimo los 145. Eso es lo que simplemente estoy viendo si es que volatilidad apoya este movimiento y puedes ver lo alto que está la media. En la de 5 días nos vamos a acercar un poco más, porque en la de 5 días tenemos algo interesante. Denle 30 minutos a mi gráfico, por favor. Gracias. Oh, volatilidad está expandiendo. ¿Y dónde está expandiendo? Con este velongo rojo, después de la indecisión que se jugó hace 2 bloques, 2 velas. ¿Esto qué nos dice? Que esto tiene camino para empujar a la baja bastante fuerte. Puedes ver la confluencia del 78.6% con mi línea meme en los 155. Venimos y le hicimos un pre-front run al 55 en los 167. Llegamos a perder la zona de los 167. La volatilidad nos está empujando y nos va a llevar tranquilamente a la zona del 155 y podría sin problema alguno, si es que no nos cacha el promedio del 100 en los 140, ir a los 118. Aquí es donde diríamos que este pavo ya se coció, pero tenemos que seguir poniendo atención y viendo. Vamos a la diaria. Aquí pueden ver que esta fue exactamente lo que dijimos. Estás creando altos más bajos, pierdes la zona azul a la baja. Y ahora, estando ahí, estás en el S&P 200. El S&P 200 no es algo bueno para perder. Cada que Solana lo pierde, tiene bajadas bastante grandes. Tienes también este cruce plateo a la baja que se intentó invalidar, pero no se invalidó y ahora continúa dando un rechazo en el promedio de la 9, justamente en la zona de los 191 y ahora coqueteando con el 88.3%. Si no nos aguanta el promedio de los 200, el S&P 200 en 172, nuestro siguiente objetivo van a ser los 163 a la baja. ¿Hay algún setup de volatilidad? La volatilidad está continuando expandiendo en este momento en lo que tenemos esta vela roja potente dándonos y eso nos está llevando para abajo, damas y caballeros, para abajo. Ok, eso es Solana como tal. Vamos a ver Solana Bitcoin rápidamente. Solana Bitcoin, como saben, también estamos en una tendencia súper bajista. Estamos ya por el 78.6%. Definitivamente lo que estamos buscando es poder aguantar esta zona del 0.001844. Si llegamos a violar esta zona a la baja y perdemos esta línea meme, esto ya está cocinado y Solana va a entrar si es que no ha entrado ya, en un mercado bajista oficialmente. Pero por ahora lo que estamos esperando es nuestra confirmación en la tabla de Solana. La vamos a mantener en la mensual, poniendo atención. Denle 39 horas a esto para que se refresque, gracias. Vamos a estar poniendo atención a este gráfico, este es un gráfico diario, al gráfico mensual de los Solamis y ver que nos aguante el promedio de la 9. Perdemos el promedio de la 9 y sobre todo tenemos un cierre abajo de ello. Prepárense para decir que esto se acabó. Ahora, quiero regalarles un poco de hopium a todos los que son alcistas en todo este mercado cripto. El setup de jamás del 2000 de Bitcoin en el 2023, en la de 2 semanas. Antes de yo poder entender y medir volatilidad y todo esto, yo dije acá en este punto, cuando Bitcoin estaba en 28,000, que todo iba a subir muy cabrón. Todo iba a subir muy cabrón. La razón por qué lo sabía es bastante fácil. Porque inyectamos, literalmente le dimos a Israel, por eso le digo el setup de jamás, no a esto. Porque le dimos a Israel 95,000 millones de dólares y a Ucrania 25,000 millones de dólares, si la memoria no me falta, ese fin de semana. 130,000 millones de dólares regalamos, imprimimos, le pusimos nombre y lo mandamos. Los fuegos de California están estimando pérdidas por ahí de los 250,000 millones de dólares. Me imagino que el gobierno va a tener que intervenir. Si el gobierno interviene, solamente quiero que pongan, y ahora me vas a decir, güey, ¿pero qué tiene que ver que reconstruyan la casa con esto subiendo? ¿Qué tiene que ver con matar a la gente en Hamas y que suba el precio de Bitcoin? No sé, pero funcionó. Entonces, tengamos y pongamos atención a eso. Eso podría ser un evento de liquidez inesperado para el mercado y tenemos que ver federalmente si lo anuncian, ¿ok? Es lo único que tengo para ustedes de hopium alcista. Esto tiene cara que va a valer Berta, señores. Vale, alrighty. What's next? Tesla.
Is Tesla. Electronic dildos.
Ooh.
Elon's making those next. The Starship dildo.
Imagine you're a girl or a guy, you know, it depends on what you do. And you have like a nice little dildo that you're hiding from your parents. You're just young, you're hiding, whatever. You live in a 2-story house. Your bedroom is upstairs. Your parents are having breakfast with someone. And then your dildo, for some reason, falls off the bed and he just lands on your hardwood floors. And all you can hear is a. And for some reason, you just can't get up immediately to stop it.
Elon's going to revolutionize the dildo game by making them silently vibrate.
I hope he does. I'm just saying that could get really scary for anyone in their home.
On the monthly, we had this meme line going from the previous all-time high, and last monthly was a sweep of that and closed below it. This month, we're rejecting it, and as long as we're rejecting it, we have pretty high probability of coming back down and connecting with this red 5 EMA. That one's at about $341 roughly currently. And below that, the next level would be a retest of this 9 EMA. And that 9 is a lot lower. It's sitting at $302.50. Right now, momentum is still within the bullish control zone. So still probabilities are that 5 EMA would hold around $341, while volatility is just about starting to go sideways a little bit, but still pointed up, still above the moving average. And now the pink is crossing above the yellow on the jewel, and the jewel's crossing into the bullish control zone. Makes it even more likely that red 5 EMA does hold, and it uses that as a spring or at least a consolidation zone, while this blue 38.2% moves up, and then likely uses the 38.2% as a spring, if not the 5 EMA. 2 week is now contracting. Momentum is volatility is dropping below the moving average. Momentum is dropping below the moving average, and we're getting solid rejection from this meme line after closing below it, retesting it, and falling to the downside. What's probable from here is probably it comes back down to this top 38.2%, and we have a silver cross which is like hasn't retested the 9 EMA yet. So, but since the 9 EMA is sitting at the 78.6%, it's unlikely that will be enough to hold it. It likely comes back down and tests 21. And that would be a test of this 38.2 and this meme line. If not, the 21, 38.2, this one's at about $275. That'd be the worst case scenario if we're still bullish. If this is still going to continue the uptrend, that'll probably be the worst case scenario. If not, then somewhere around this 21. That's about like $300. It's maybe around like 320-ish. Weekly is now bouncing right off that 9 EMA after getting the first retest from the silver cross right here. Didn't really retest it until from the expansion afterwards. Right now, momentum is starting to turn back up on the weekly. Volatility is starting to turn back up too, from around 30%. Only downside on the opposite end is that the jewel is giving the dark blue sell signal with the God mode background. So we would need to see for a confirmation to close over this 38.2% to maybe retest these current highs right here around like $488. But we want to see it close over $395.78 for the weekly. If we get that, then we have a confirmed breakout towards once again towards the 88.3 toward the 95% zone. 88.3 would be a swipe of current all-time highs. It's currently sitting at around like $525. And then 95% is at $596. But you would need to close over this 38.2% to first target these current highs and then that $525. And 5-day momentum is starting to turn back up as well, along with the volatility. And we're currently brushing right up against that 5 EMA, but as of right now, the 5 EMA is being rejected. So we want to see it close over the 5 EMA. Let's see how that lines up on the weekly. 397. Yep, it lines right up with that weekly 38.2%, which on the 5 days, the 5 EMA. If you were to close over that, then it's very likely you come back up and retest these 488 all-time highs. If you can close above those, then it would be that 525. 2-day has already lost the blue 38.2% after closing below it, retesting it, and rejecting it. You got to move up again. Couldn't even make it to the 38.2. Kind of rejected it right at the 5 EMA. Right now, we're getting a little bit of a bounce off the 21. While momentum is flipping back up from the bearish control zone, volatility is currently pointed down. Usually gives you a test of the median. Right now, the median is sitting at $429. What's likely to happen, though, is that this is going to take a few closes and opens. This median is probably going to come back down somewhere where this meme line is. And that would be very clean to see a bearish retest of that meme line and a rejection before end up going lower. Daily is now lost 38.2, and that's retesting at the moment. 38.2 is at $391.87. If you do get a close over that, then you'd probably come back up to this top 38.2, which would be a retest of this meme line. If you were to reject this and close below the mean line, especially, then probably going down to the 100, which is right now at 325. The jewel now on the daily is starting to flip back around from within the bearish control zone. Last time the jewel flipped around in the bearish control zone was right over here at $242 before we went to 488. Literally a 100% move. Four hours now flipped back into the bearish control zone momentum, while volatility is flipped up. And we haven't even gotten a retest of this blue 38.2% after losing it. Right now, we're moving towards the 5 EMA and the 9 EMA. If you get over the 9 EMA at around $398, then you could see a retest of this 38.2. Not even that much higher. It's only $4 higher at 402. This area likely does reject, considering momentum is pointed to the downside and volatility is pointed up to support it. And the jewel is rejecting getting out of the bearish control zone. Now it's starting to flip back over. It's just giving the dark blue sell signal again, likely to break into the bearish control zone again. Ding! Quarterly on Tesla still does have the active hidden bullish divergence. Right now, it's going to be a little bit difficult to invalidate it. You're going to have to close below $212.11. I feel like that's probably safe right now. It's a little bit improbable to invalidate it on this close, but on the next close in 2 months and 19, I guess that'd be 5 months and 19 days because you have to count this one too. You would have to close below $373 to invalidate it. So that'll be much easier. Right now, the first target of the hidden bullish divergence is going to be this bullish control zone. And right now, that number is at $487, which is basically a retest of our current all-time highs at 488. And the target zone after that is going to be the critical zone. Right now, the critical zone is kind of high, kind of ridiculous. Sitting at about $1,346. Some will change, might go up, might go down. No idea. You have to wait and see them.
That's just great.
So it can
just
go
great,
up
Bob.
or down.
Ding.
Today now has sting. Today now has fresh drive of bearish divergence right after this high here. Our next target from hitting that divergence is going to be probably around the neutral zone on the RSI. That one sits at $357. That line up with the new one we trade daily. It's pretty close to the 100, but a little bit lower. The 100 is a little bit lower. I guess that'd be the daily 55. And the daily did have some hidden bullish divergence, but now it's invalidated because I put in a local top right here. While the jewel is starting to flip around, but we haven't gotten confirmed buy signal yet. And nothing on the 4.0. Come on. Sometime today.
I think it's just trading view today.
Ding!
Also.
Is yours going slow?
Yeah. It's taking forever to charge it or load anything.
Quarterly is still getting a volatility expansion from right about 50% after getting a basically a reset from the 100% area. We had 2 periods of 100%. Now we're getting volatility expansion with this move to the upside. We're rejecting getting into the bearish control zone and pointed up on momentum as long as we're above $308. Monthly is still getting volatility expansion as well. And momentum is pointed up and going to break into the critical zone as long as we're above $316. 2 week is now getting pretty high on volatility, getting to around 92%. Moving average is caught up. And 2 week is now starting to turn down on momentum. It's going to be pointed down as long as we're below $429.50. What we like to see is on this next 2-week open, this volatility is likely going to be in a contracting phase below the moving average, and that's when momentum is going to be pointed down. So bulls do want to see if momentum has to be down, that it comes along with contracting volatility. Weekly is already contracting. This is the same idea that we're looking for on the 2-week, where now we're getting volatility contraction that goes along with momentum pointed towards the downside. And the weekly is now breaking out of the critical.
Wait, can you please get your microphone? I don't know if it's the internet or your microphone, but you sound like you're 800 million miles away.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yeah.
All right. So no, the weekly is already giving us the idea that we're looking forward to happening on the 2-week, where we're getting downwards momentum breaking out of the critical zone, but we're getting declining volatility along with it. So from here, we likely test the edge of the bearish control zone, which may coincide with another little dump ski on Tesla. And then we would have to see what the pivot is once it gets to the edge of the bullish control zone, see if this number goes down significantly or not. 5 days also doing the same thing with contracting volatility and momentum breaking down out of the critical zone. The pivot is $476. Same thing with the 2-day. Volatility is contracting, pointed down below $451. Daily is now starting to get volatility expansion, with momentum rejecting getting into the bearish control critical zone, and momentum is pointed up as long as we're above $494.60. Just dancing around that number right now. And 4 hour is still contracting on volatility. Pivot is now pointed up as long as we're above $388.30. So if you go all the way to the higher time frames, the monthly pivot, the quarterly pivot, they're all pointed well to the upside, and still looks like this rally probably still has some legs to continue before the cycle top is found in for Tesla, or this rally top. We start to go down a little bit lower time frames into the couple days. Momentum is starting to turn down alongside volatility contracting, like the 5-day. And then if you go down a little bit lower than that, though, on the daily, the volatility is starting to expand along with momentum starting to flip up, and on the 4 hour as well. Momentum is starting to flip up. So it kind of seems like there's decent possibility that the bottom could be in here. If it's not in here, then it likely continues to drop somewhere around the 340s to 320s area, and that's very likely going to be a bottom. But as of right now, it seems like there's a decent possibility with daily momentum flipping back up that the bottom could be in, and if it is, then we would target first the previous all-time highs, probably get somewhat of rejection there, and then go upwards towards like 525, which is the next level on the HPDR.
Very, very nice. Where Elon Musk, as the guy from Venezuela calls him. I'm going to get that guy, Elon Musk. Do you remember
that Chinese guy who looks like Elon?
Oh, well, he's
Hi, Elon. I'm Elon Ma.
But I love that by the way, I love that he does those videos. It's so good. He's so good. Thank God for him.
He looks identical to Elon.
Literally. I know. It's like a cheap Chinese copy. It's crazy.
Elon from Temu.
All righty. Tesla. Vamos a ver Tesla. Voy a quitar el HPDR rápidamente para todos ustedes. Vamos a empezar con la trimestral como siempre. Pero ¿saben qué? Quiero darme una vuelta y quiero ver la de 6 meses en Tesla. Quiero ver el 6 meses en Tesla, si me está diciendo algo, no, pero la volatilidad va al camino más, no al camino, va a rumbo a la lectura más baja que ha tenido en toda la historia. Bien, ok, interesante. Altos más altos, muy por encima del 9. Todo pinta bastante bien en Tesla en la de 6 meses. Perdón, solo quería ver eso. Ok, 3 meses, damas y caballeros. ¿Por qué tengo esto pintado así? Voy a tener que acercarme más para ver. Pero bueno, en la de 3 meses podemos ver, tenemos este cierre de 403, que fue la de justamente enero, y ahora estamos una vez más por acá. Muy parecido al del 2021, por cierto. El ciclo del 2021, luego tuviste la segunda vela en medio, que fue más chica, y luego pues ver lo que pasó. No estamos adelantando nada, simplemente estamos diciendo, estamos por encima del promedio del 9, lo que nos hace pensar que esto es alcista. El promedio del 9 está en los 288, ni siquiera en la zona de los 300, donde, como sea, está el del 5. El promedio del 5 está en los 323, justamente en esta zona de interés que habíamos dibujado antes, y ahora que nos acerquemos lo verán. Ok, eso, y volatilidad está expandiendo. está expandiendo, pero está yéndose un poco helado, aunque esto sí es una lectura más alta que esta, obviamente. Está en su 57%. Nada mal. Esta expansión de volatilidad a largo plazo es bastante buena y positiva para Tesla, pero de nuevo estás viendo un gráfico de 3 meses. Vamos a ver la de mensual. En la mensual nos empieza a dar todavía un poco más la idea. Ok, no sé por qué había dibujado eso, no me acuerdo qué fue lo que analizamos. Estamos por encima del 9, lo hemos estado desde acá, desde julio del 2024, y eso nos ha catapultado hasta esta zona donde estamos en estos momentos, 395, tocando la puerta de los 400 una vez más. Bien, hay algo en la mensual de la volatilidad. La volatilidad está expandiendo, pero está llegando a extremos. De nuevo, a Tesla me parece exactamente que le gusta hacer extremos al 100%, así que todavía no me preocuparía si es más alto que lo de antes y da continuación a esto. Esto es en la mensual para Tesla. Bien, ya puesto eso, podemos poner el HPDR rápidamente y ver dónde estamos en el movimiento mensual. Todavía le queda bastante camino para poder subir. O sea, puedes tranquilamente darte una vuelta al 95%, mínimo al 88%. Lo hemos visto en esta zona. El 88% está en los 680. De nuevo, estamos cotizando un poco abajo de los $400. La zona alta del 78.6% está en los 464.93, que es algo que nos gustaría ver pronto. Estamos hablando relativamente pronto porque es una tabla mensual. Vamos a la de 2 semanas a ver si los movimientos están cansados, va a haber continuación, dónde estamos parados, dejen que todo cargue, denle 50 minutos, les canto una canción. Bien, podemos ver que en la de 2 semanas estábamos un poco ya más en extremos. Aquí literalmente tocamos la parte del 95% de los 489 y ahora tiene cara que tal vez nos dé una vuelta a la zona de los 356 para formar un nuevo mínimo, un mínimo más alto, si lo quieres ver así. Interesante. Es la de 2 semanas. Vamos a ver. También estás en extremos en volatilidad, no te está ya diciendo absolutamente nada. Vamos a la semanal. La semanal debería estar totalmente en rojo, a menos de que se esté dando vuelta esto. Vamos a ver. En la semanal estás justamente en la zona azul una vez más. Y estando en la zona azul, está rompiendo, te quieres venir a este 50% que está en los 414. Está rebotando justamente en tu promedio del 9 y la media se encuentra en los 350, que es justamente donde habíamos visto en la mensual que había una zona de interés para nosotros. Eso, y vamos a ver rápidamente, un segundo. Okay. I'm going to add you, Farhan, and I'm going to go back to my screen. There you go. Not entirely sure.
I think this Wi-Fi has AIDS.
Yeah, you definitely need to upgrade. Ok, de 300, ok, estamos en la zona del 38%, estamos entrando justamente en esta zona azul del 50% e ir a buscar este objetivo de los 414. Si queremos hacer eso, definitivamente queremos cerrar arriba el 395. 395.78 es donde se encuentra justamente la zona, la parte alta de la zona azul. Déjame regreso esto a donde estaba para no mover nada. Vamos a ver, habíamos dicho en la semanal teníamos algún cero de volatilidad. No, la volatilidad está contrayéndose, pero momentum está contrayéndose también. Vamos a ver la de 5 días. No sé por qué le piqué a la de 2 semanas, perdón. Denle 40 minutos a esto. Y mi internet está fuerte. La cosa es que creo que TradingView está lento. ¿Les está pasando a ustedes en casa? Vamos a ver, tenemos esta gran vela topera que llegó hasta que fue el 95%. Sí, a rechazar el 95%, ahora estamos en 50%, bastante bien, lo que nos dice que va a haber más camino para correr por fin. Ya no estamos tan sobreextendidos como lo estuvimos acá. Estamos rechazando el 50% en la de 5 días, eso es interesante, lo que nos da como objetivo la zona de los 380, que es una vez más donde está el promedio del 9, donde está nuestra línea meme y aparte la parte alta de la zona azul. Vamos acercándonos más, vamos a ver, déjame ver la de 2 días. ¿Qué tenemos en la de 2 días? Interesante, en la de 2 días estamos justamente entrando en la zona del 50%, es completamente lo contrario a la de, ¿qué es? ¿La de 2 semanas o la semanal? La de 2 semanas. Estamos entrando al 50%, Aquí está el promedio del 9, que está en los 38 puntos, que está en los 405, el promedio del 9 y también el principio de la zona azul. Y estamos rebotando justamente en el promedio del 21 en nuestra línea meme en este momento. Y esto no nos da un cero de volatilidad tampoco. Bien. Cruce para abajo. Estamos regresando a la zona azul, donde vamos a encontrar nuestra media. Déjenme ver algo rápido. Tenemos volatilidad por fin expandiendo y está expandiendo en esta vela verde. En la diaria, esto nos pone en una fotografía bastante atractiva, donde muy probablemente vayamos a ir a la zona de los 404 y definitivamente queremos no solamente quedarnos ahí, queremos romper a la alza para también poder pasar la zona de los 408 e ir a buscar los 420. Lo que parece que está pasando en este momento es que estamos creando todavía estructura alcista. Pueden ver esta línea meme, este mínimo más alto, y parece que va a querer aguantar hasta llegar a la línea meme los 380, haría que aguante esto y nos dé continuación a la alza. Tesla se ve bastante bien, o sea, tiene bastantes posibilidades de continuar, tiene en temporalidades cortas a medianas, ya no está sobrevendido, ya el movimiento tiene sentido, hasta podríamos decir que está algo bajo, poco vendido, y ahora va a intentar venir a la zona de los 424, zona, déjeme lo pongo en la semanal más o menos, ese objetivo me gusta más. 477, 431 o 414. Así es. Lo único que tenemos que hacer es simplemente tener un cierre, tener cierres por encima del 395 y ver cómo se mueven esos cierres para confirmar que esto va a ser el fondo local para después dar continuación a lo que hemos estado viendo con Tesla todo este tiempo. Y eso nos llevaría a los 424 y de ahí a buscar estos altos una vez más. O puede que todo se dé la vuelta, pero Tesla se ve bastante alcista en todas las temporalidades, todas. Entonces no sé qué sería lo negativo por acá. Creemos que la oportunidad máxima de Tesla se va a encontrar justamente acá en los 365. Esto viola esta estructura, pero no esta, ni esta, ni esta, y eso seguiría siendo un mínimo más alto, simplemente no local. Y con eso ahí lo tienen. Ahí está Tesla. Are we doing Rivian?
Yeah.
Oh,
I think so, right?
Yes, sir.
Nice. Okay. Nice. Banners are showing. I think we're ready.
We're fucking ready to go.
Yeah, we're ready to roll. So to put things in perspective, I think the 2-month kind of does that, just for the macro side of things. So right now on Rivian, the pump we had was aggressive and it was nice, but it's definitely not out of the nature of Rivian. We often see those kind of aggressive moves up, rallies straight to resistance, and then we get major follow through onto the next close or opening, of the candle. What we see here is that 2-month EMA 9 has just been a nice place for those scenarios. Last one, especially here, was in July, where price actually from wick high to wick low rejected almost 32%. Pretty massive, honestly. And it reminds me of this one now that we're dealing with, where, Rivian is down almost 23% from the wick high. So right now, overall, the trend is still down. Even when we go to the monthly, we see here we're at a pretty important spot. And when you get those massive, moves up essentially that are non-stopping from like this scenario, 3 months, that just lead to a massive wick high. It often makes it hard for us to shift the trend, especially on like the monthly. Because in order to do that, bulls needed to get back above like $19, break this wick high, reclaim the EMA 21 on the monthly, something that really has never been done. That way they have a shot of actually testing closer to that $26 to $27. But we see here now, bears stepped in slightly where they needed to, front running even that $17.64 region, forming almost what looks now to be like a lower high is the risk. So this monthly incoming is going to be extremely important for Rivian bulls to actually step in and most importantly, not deviate the monthly EMA 9. I do believe, last analysis, we talked about the monthly 9 being a major spot for Rivian. Each and every time we essentially reclaim it, we're unable to hold it and sustain a rally from it. In this scenario, we had 3 months of up only for us to find resistance right around that $27.65 mark. And then we rejected and lost the EMA 9 on the monthly. And then we reclaimed it for 1 month and then lost it again. And then we rallied up for 2 months, reclaimed it, and then lost it the next month. And then even in this scenario, we for 3 months went up, reclaimed it, and then into the next month lost it, rejected it, and then had to follow through down. So in all these scenarios, you can see in Rivian's price action that it really does not like to hold above the monthly 9. And that's why this spot, especially that Rivian's at currently, is going to be a major point. Because if we end up losing this EMA 9 and then falling back under $12, it's going to start looking like we're going to start testing that $10 region. And if we're already at that point, we've already tapped this multiple times. The more we hit support, the weaker it becomes. And if what we know on the 2 month is we're just simply rejecting the EMA 9, something that has happened before leading to more downside, it really will start looking to me like Rivian does want to have that actual breakdown scenario. When we view the HPDR, you can actually see the 38.2% is slightly below the $12.26 mark. And so I guess we'll have to see, especially if we end up getting, rejection here where the median is, especially, which is now the price action is below the 2 month median. It's at $13.67. The next target here would be the 38.2%. The reaction here will be really key because if we start losing this, especially into next, 2 month closing, it just solidifies why, in my opinion, this $8 region could actually be possibly into this year, the next step, if not forming an actual lower low, closer around, this has it at $4.46. I do like the monthly view more, closer around $6, $7. That would be, to me, a logical point, at least for Rivian to test instead of going first to $4, of course. You also see right around the lows here, you see the weekly median is right around $9.39. Again, just ties into why I do think if we end up losing, especially that monthly 9, that's just going to play into us going all the way back down and actually testing these lows here. Testing these lows happen, it's really going to start looking to me like this was just a major lower high on the monthly chart, with volatility also at the lowest point we've ever seen on Rivian. It is just interesting to see this rejection we had is definitely by any means not bullish. As a bull, you wanted to sustain a rally, especially above that $15.25 mark. And the end goal would be to get back above this wick high, and not doing so and rejecting even before testing the $17 zone. It really does start putting into question if this was just a major lower high in the making, bull trap, and this EMA 9 on the monthly is going to actually get lost. Something that each and every time we've reclaimed it in 1 month, usually into the next month, does get lost. So go here to the weekly now. I'm actually curious to see how this weekly closed. Weekly was okay on its closing, but we see we opened in a gap down and actually lost that $13.70 region. That's an important zone for me because in this consolidation, you see the chop between the 9 and the $13.70 region before having that bigger breakdown. We want to now start seeing the scenario around that. Into this next weekly, does Rivian actually reclaim and hold the 9? And most importantly, get back above $13.70. If it's unable to, it's going to really start looking like this scenario before we have that bigger breakdown. Where Rivian essentially rejected the weekly 9 all the way through from $13 until, it found some kind of bottom around $9.48. So this is going to be a major point for bulls to kind of defend. and try to pop us back above $13.70, preferably into this week. So that would mean that we would need to see some kind of bounce, either where we're getting that now, if not right around $12.85. The EMA 21 on the weekly, it's going to be the next bounce zone, in my opinion. If we don't hold that, then yeah, you do run the risk of coming at the very bottom of this channel here at $12.26, which, at that point, if we're already closing a weekly that far from the 9, you really then have to look at rallies up to that point, like with caution, and viewing that either as resistance or bulls trying to reclaim it. 5-day as well, it's kind of the same view as what we saw on the weekly, where we do need to see a bounce here. So, bulls need to step in here soon, or we really do run the risk of losing major support that's been guiding us up since we reclaimed that EMA 9 on November 21st. If we end up losing this zone, which I like when the EMAs are clustering, because remember what we viewed on the weekly here, we see here we're kind of at the last stand on that EMA 21. So with the 5-day viewing that, we kind of are as well. We're kind of clustering where the 9, the 34, the 21's all right around the zone. So you as a trader then know, if we end up getting, especially weekly closures back under that weekly 21, which is basically any weekly close under $12.75, that'll really damage overall the 5-day, because then that puts the 5-day at risk of losing the major support it's formed here on this EMA 34. And then at this point, you have to really wonder if we're going to lose, major support that got reclaimed in November, has been holding, and now we're potentially losing it. We see here volatility is still contracting on the 5 days. It's not really giving us anything. And as a bull, your just objective is trying to hold that $13.70. We did close above it last 5 day. That's why you're really going to want to see them step in now to try to hold that reclaim, and then possibly get expansion on the third candle to the upside, and maybe test that $15 mark again. Right around where all this liquidity is on this wick. If not, then you really do run the risk of just having a breakdown scenario that we had here, forming some kind of channel, and then just breaking down. Let's see how the 2 days now looking. Again, kind of just like the last zone, you're going to need to see this EMA 100 on the 2-day flip into support. What I like about this is you see that 2-day 9 as well is right around that $13.70. So if this 2-day EMA 100 holds and we get expansion, and we actually start closing back above $13.70, or even just be conservative, $14, we've now reclaimed that EMA 9, and the next target would be logically that SMA 200 right around $15.45. That's why it is going to be very important, especially within the next day or two, to get an actual bounce around this zone. You're not, like I said, going to want to lose $12.75. If that can actually hold and we get a bounce from this region, then we can just now start looking at this EMA 100 as major support, getting back above that zone, then pops us back, and we potentially get an SFP scenario. Lots of chop in this zone, so you're really going to need to see it hold, and then confirmation of maybe a move back up to $15 could be the 2-day EMA 9 getting reclaimed. In this scenario here, you'd want to start seeing volatility contract like it is, and potentially give us a new setup. If it can do that, then we can potentially start forming some kind of long idea around here. But until then, it just ties into this is still the last stand for bulls. You're really going to want to start seeing a bounce here. You would have already just been gauging it because of where we're at on the monthly, but that takes time. And if all the other things like the 2-day, the weekly start really shifting and losing these levels, it's just going to tie into why we could honestly get a bad monthly. Something here, something that you're not going to want, which a bad monthly would mean we've lost that EMA 9. I'll just tie it in with the daily here. So you're going to today need to see this just get right back above $13.75 as quickly as possible. That $13.70, $13.75 is going to be really crucial. Then you can make the argument, we're just going to be back in this range. Next goal will be to get back above the 9, doing that and holding it. can give us at least the next move to that $15. But with what we know on the 2-day, it's going to just be a major level on Rivian. That 2-day SMA 200 is a pretty big point. Once we deviate it, we often get big moves down. Even on this occurrence where we lost it, we had this, nice flush out here. Curious from that point, we've dumped 13% from it. So it's definitely a level not to disregard. It makes it easier though when it comes up right where, a meme line is an area we would logically be watching anyways, just based on the posturing of that. Anytime we really do get back above $15.30 on Rivian, we often do pump on that point. Or when we get big moves down, that often likes to act as major support. But once it's lost, it's major resistance. So once you get a major zone like an SMA 200 on the 2-day, right around that meme line that we know is pretty big for Rivian, it's definitely an area to watch carefully if we at all get any kind of bounce up to there. So Rivian's still looking very corrective to me. Kind of the last zone, last stand for bulls. If you're looking for a long, you're essentially just not going to want to have, especially on like a daily long scenario, $12.71 taken out. Because again, all the reasons on why I explained $12.75 makes sense. These lows are right around there. Taking out those lows are most likely going to lead to a bigger breakdown to $12.29, if not lower. So we'll see if bulls really step in this region and get us back above $13.70. That'd be a good first step, at least for them getting some kind of bullish argument. If not, as long as we're below that, this is just looking like it's just on the verge of collapsing, in my opinion. And sticking with the overall macro trend, and that easily could, happen once we do lose that weekly 9, just closing in 4 days. So I would expect lots of volatility within the next, day, if not 3 days from now on Rivian, up or down.
I was trying to look at where the fucking monthly 9, the weekly 9 was. So I was like, and then you just went into the screen. So I'm sorry, that's what I was looking at. Go ahead, Farhan. Removing your pussy. Oh, you're doing no, hang on, but I'm doing mine first. I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Mr. Farhizi. The median's right here on the daily. Came in, bounced off the median. If we have a close like this, what does it favor?
It's still bouncing off of it, so you want to see where it goes on the next open. So if it moves down or up, if it moves up and price opens below it, then it would favor the bottom 38.2. If it opens above it, then you would probably get another retest of it and then probably break it then.
Got it. Thank you. Gracias. Ok, estamos viendo Rivian. Por cierto, esta es una de mis acciones favoritas, creo que todo el mundo lo sabe, pero más por cómo me recuerda a Tesla todavía. Este rango enorme que apenas lleva nada, lleva 4 años. Digo, lleva un año. Este rango, Tesla lo vivió por una eternidad, cabrón. Me juntaba con gente y era, compré a Tesla, lo compré en 230 y luego subía a 330 y luego volvía a bajar a 200 y todo el mundo, todo el tiempo, cada que llegaba a cierto nivel se volvían locos y creían que ya se iba al cielo y cada que volvía a caer todo el mundo decía que se iba a ir a cero. Es un poco lo que estamos viviendo con Rivian, en mi opinión. Se parece muchísimo y a mí me gusta, como siempre, simplemente tomar ejemplos pasados, ¿ok? Para aplicar al día de hoy, porque de nuevo, ahora que me he dado cuenta que de verdad la gente no se acuerda de ni vergas, es una buena ventaja. Vamos a empezar Rivian, el análisis de Rivian en la de 3 meses, aunque sea muy pequeña esa tablilla, pero es importante verlo. Rivian, recuerden, tuvo un IPO muy exitoso que llegó a 180, pero tristemente en estos momentos estamos cotizando en los 13.36, solamente más de 12x para abajo. Y estamos justamente en acá. ¿Ven la línea amarilla? El precio, ni siquiera pueden ver esta vela porque está acá. Esta vela trimestral todavía le faltan 2 meses y 19 días para cerrar, que es bastante. Y vamos a ver qué exactamente pasa con ella. Déjenme ver dónde está el promedio del 5. Rechazando el promedio del 5 en la trimestral. No se ve nada bien. Esto sigue siendo completamente territorio bajista. que nos quede claro. Vamos a ver si hay algo de volatilidad. Sí, tenemos una línea. ¡Wow! La volatilidad está 92.31%. Ahora, esto en mi opinión podría ser bastante bueno y la razón por qué lo digo es porque si la volatilidad está en extremos en este momento y es como están haciendo y tiene todos los datos de antes, siempre les he dicho que la volatilidad yo la veo como un ancla jalada y luego viene todo el momentum que lleva detrás. Esto podría ser que estás en el extremo o el final del extremo. Podría. Ahora me estoy adelantando al análisis, ni siquiera lo voy a considerar, solamente voy a poner un ojo ahí y ya. Esto por todo lo que se los estoy diciendo. Vamos a la tabla mensual. La mensual, honestamente, nada mal. Pueden ver esta super vela topera en estos momentos que tiene un alto en los 16.63, el bajo está en los 12.78. Tenemos al promedio del 9 justamente aquí en los 13.09. Ahora, a Rivian le encanta, como diría mi amigo Iker, que soñé con él el otro día después de no verlo por 25 años. Le encanta. No le gusta, no, le encanta perder el promedio del 9. Lo ganó, lo perdió. Lo ganó, lo perdió. Lo perdió, lo ganó, lo perdió, se perdió, lo ganó, se perdió y se perdió todo hasta acá. Lo ganó acá y ahora estamos una vez más justamente en esta zona. Personalmente, para yo considerar que Rivian esté en una trayectoria ya completamente fuera de vamos a crear nuevos mínimos, tengo que estar por encima de mi promedio del 21 mensual, que está en los 18 en este momento. Estamos muy por debajo de él todavía. Esto simplemente podría ser otro SFP como este fue y después llevarte para abajo. Todavía no tenemos nada que nos diga que no lo es. Viendo la volatilidad, se está yendo y reseteando al punto más bajo de toda su historia en 31%. Es la lectura de volatilidad más baja que ha tenido en toda la historia Rivian. Y ahora voy a poner el HPDR, el HPDR para todos ustedes y ver si en la mensual estamos sobrevendidos, estamos poco vendidos. Y normalmente, ¿en qué nos guiamos? Pueden ver la zona azul. La zona azul es esta, del 38.2%, y la zona azul es todo esto, ¿no? Entonces, siempre podemos darnos una buena idea. Estamos por encima de la zona azul, estamos adentro de la zona azul, abajo de la zona azul, por la zona azul, arriba de ella, y nos gusta estar por arriba por un rato. Entonces, hemos estado por arriba de la zona azul por 1, 2, 3, 4 velas. Y normalmente después de eso nos gusta caer en la zona azul y eso ahorita la media de la zona azul está en los 9.38, $9.38. Solamente algo que quiero poner enfrente de todos ustedes. Ya analizamos la volatilidad. Queremos ver cómo cierra esto antes de hacer cualquier pronóstico. De aquí nos vamos a la de 2 semanas. Quiero ver si en la de 2 semanas existe algún setup interesante. Estamos por encima del promedio del 9, el 21, y el 9 está por debajo del 21. Eso es bastante, no es bastante vaquista, pero es una señalona de debilidad. Pero al mismo tiempo, quiero que lo vean, nunca los habíamos visto juntos a estos dos promedios acá. Esto es bastante bueno es bastante interesante porque estos promedios van o a ayudar o tirarnos literalmente hasta abajo. Y la media de la zona azul en esta temporalidad de 2 semanas está en 8.31. Recuerden, la mensual viene del 9.50. Esto viene al 8.31, lo que nos dice que a temporalidades más cortas está bajando más. Vamos a ver si esto es cierto y continúa. Volatilidad está bajo el promedio, no nos está dando un setup de nada. Vamos a la semanal. En la semanal vemos, la media está también acá abajo, aunque la media entre la semanal y la otra es como básicamente un promedio entre las dos, está en los casi $11. Esto es bueno, no estoy diciendo que sea alcista, pero esto es mucho mejor que el escenario que teníamos antes. La cosa es, hemos estado en extremos de acá en la parte de arriba del HPDR y no hemos estado entrando, o sea, literalmente no perdimos la zona azul, llevamos desde en extremos alcistas, digamos, esto es la zona azul, aquí habíamos perdido la zona azul. Desde acá hasta acá, hasta acá, hasta acá hemos estado por encima de la zona azul. La zona azul está en los 10.98 en este momento, la media, y la parte baja está en los 9.54. Eso nos da un poco de confluencia con la de 2 semanas en donde está la media. Ok, con eso dicho y hecho, la volatilidad está por encima del promedio, pero está cayendo, está contrayendo, por lo que no podemos decir que Ahí tenemos un setup de volatilidad. Estamos por debajo del promedio del 55. Creamos estos altos que podrían ser altos más bajos que estos. Tenemos bajos más altos que estos, lo que no nos dice, no nos deja nada claro qué exactamente puede pasar. Alcista, simplemente llévate los 18.83, que también 18.63 es donde está la zona del 88.3%. Bajista, lo único que tienes que hacer es llevarte de corbata los 12. Los 12 y se va para abajo. Voy a acercarme un poco más, voy a poner la de 2 días. Denle 50 minutos, por favor, a mi HPDR y a todo mi... estamos, chingada madre. Ok, en la de 2 días, ya por fin seguimos y continuamos nuestra tendencia estando en medio de la zona azul. Estamos justamente por abajo del promedio en este momento. Estamos en 13.39. El promedio está, la media está en 13.43. El promedio del 9 en la de 2 días está aquí arriba en los 13.99. Nos urge poder ir a retomarlo una vez más y no ser rechazados como en esta zona. Tenemos al promedio del 21 justamente abajo de nosotros y al 55 también en los 12.74. Perder la zona azul en la de 2 días implica perder los $12 básicamente y eso nos llevaría para abajo. Aquí arriba del otro lado te voy a dar un poco de hopium. Los 15.43 parece ser una zona bastante interesante para el precio. ¿Por qué? Porque tienes al SMA 200 por acá. Solamente una vez en toda el... no. 2, 3. Nos hemos hecho 3 SFPs del SMA 200. 1, 2 y ahora 3. Y normalmente después de eso hay caídas potentes. Vamos a ver si lo podemos tomar de vuelta y si no, y este ya fue el rechazo, esto empezaría a pintar porque tienes un cruce plateado a la alza en Rivian, pero ese cruce plateado se va a perder llegando a los 12, a la zona de los 12. En volatilidad no tienes nada, se está contrayendo. Vamos a la diaria. En la diaria perdimos el 9, perdimos el 21, estamos en la línea meme justamente. La parte baja de la media, la media está en los 13.11, que está abajo de nosotros, y esto es algo que le acabo de preguntar a Farhan solamente para estar completamente al 100. ¿Qué es lo que estamos buscando si somos alcistas? Queremos que este cierre sea por encima de la media, y una vez que este cierre sea por encima de la media, ver mañana dónde abre la media y dónde abre el canal. Si la media abre por encima del precio, bajista. Si la media abre por abajo del precio, alcista, y nos da más probabilidad de ir a la parte alta del 38.2% comparado con esto. Ahora, la zona de los 12 con el S&P 200, una vez más, zona importantísima, y los 12.69 también, aunque no tanto. Personalmente, simplemente ponerlo tranquilo y fácil para todos ustedes. No tengo ni que pelearme ni que hacer, perdón, Roblox, no te voy a marcar en estos momentos. Volatilidad está intentando expandir en lo que va contrayendo esto, así que atención, tengan un ojo, si son alcistas en Rivian o bajistas, tengan un ojo en esto, cuándo se van a cruzar o si va a haber un rechazo en la volatilidad, porque si llega a cruzar para arriba y tienes estas velas rojas que están creando gaps, este pavo ya se cocinó. Ahora, ¿dónde está tu completa pérdida de fe? Llegas a perder la zona de los 12.76. No hay nada que te agarre hasta los 12. Y eso elimina toda esta estructura como si fuera alcista única y ahora tienes que depender de toda esta con ella. Definitivamente quieres aguantar donde estás. Esta zona para mí es muy importante, los 12.38. Si llegas a perder esta línea meme en los 12.30 y empiezas a bajar, esto no va a pintar nada bien para Rivian por un momento. Ahora, cuando pienso en valuaciones, se me hace loquísimo que Rivian pudiera caer otra vez a $8, simplemente por lo que valen hoy y cuánto dinero han recibido del gobierno. Yo creo que no lo quiero decir, no creo que veamos otro fondo, pero también estoy fuera y estoy esperando oportunidades. Así que también si hay otro fondo y me equivoco en que no va a haber otro fondo, chido, todavía tengo todo mi dinero listo para este juego. La cosa es simplemente poder reaccionar cuando se dé. Pero hasta ahora nada me queda claro porque a mí me gusta tradear Rivian, Tesla y Bitcoin, mucho consentimiento de mercado. Bitcoin es muy fácil, solamente es cuando empiecen a platicar todo el mundo en juntas, ¿no? Que alguien me diga de Bitcoin porque sabe que hablo de Bitcoin. Eso es una. 2, viendo a Michael Saylor en toda la televisión, esa es otra. ¿Qué más? Y básicamente todo el mundo cuando comento algo, cualquier cosa, ¿no? No, vean el dólar, está fortísimo. Y todo el mundo, vete a la chingada, tú dijiste que Bitcoin iba a llegar a 0. Cuando veo eso también, sé que todos esos traders, yo sé que me están diciendo eso porque ellos tienen todo perfecto. Sé que cuando todos esos traders están en ese trade perfecto, normalmente no va bien. En Rivian es bastante fácil. Rivian y Tesla. Cuando voy a X, a Twitter, y me doy cuenta que todo el mundo está diciéndole a Rivian cómo manejar su empresa y qué es lo que tienen que hacer, compro. Y lo mismo con Tesla. Cada que vea gente diciéndole cómo tiene que manejar la empresa Elon Musk y volviéndose loca, ahí es cuando compro. Y vendes cuando todo el mundo está diciendo, ¿quién compró el dip? ¿Quién compró el dip? Así de fácil. Así, con un poco de análisis técnico y un poco de análisis mamador, es como podemos tener las mejores entradas, damas y caballeros. Alrighty, let's go with XRPP, which is Mr. Garlic Bread. Mr. Garlic Bread is going to...
The Italians everywhere would be petrified if they found out I was carrying their garlic bread brand. I'm sorry, Alberto.
I'm sorry. He's like, but how dare you? How dare you?
With my Ferrari. On the quarterly, we are now getting our second candle that's above the 78.6. We're currently over the 61.8% on the HPDR bands. Still looking pretty strong on the quarterly, as long as we're above $2.34. We want to see where this next HPDR ranges move after the quarterly closes, because I'm not going to say it's going to go to $21.32 for the straight face. We want to see this number come down significantly to a more realistic number. Hopefully somewhere around this 161.8, which is around $6.38. I'm not going to be one of those guys who's telling you XRP is going to $21. I just won't do it. I physically will not allow myself to do that.
Good.
But we have, assuming that number is even relevant, is assuming that we close over the 61.8, which is currently at $2.34. Momentum is now pointed in the bullish control zone to the upside. Volatility is pointed up to 68%. This thing likes to get to 100% volatility. The last time momentum was ever in the bullish control zone was in the 2017 cycle, and when it broke into the bullish control zone, it did another. Let's see how much percentage moved from there. About 15,400% after it broke into the bullish control zone.
So barely moved.
Yeah, not even at all. Nothing. What is 15,000%? Like 150x? Something like that.
15,000%. It's 150x.
Good fucking lord. Now the jewel is starting to curve around, losing the bearish control zone, flip to the upside, making its way into the bullish control zone. Are we gonna get another 150x? That'd be really nice. That'd be pretty crazy. It'd be pretty funny. Put in $1,000 in.
I have a question. Do you know if XRP keeps creating more tokens every year?
I think they do. Yeah, I think it's an inflationary coin.
I think they all are, but that is just fucking crazy. I'm going to find out exactly what the number is. Also, look at the fact of the day on your right of your trading view.
Fact of the day, XRP is priced at 239 after a recent 10% surge above 250, peaking at 250. Key resistance is at 260. Oh, so it's going to blast right through 260.
Hang on. Indicating potential for further gains.
Oh, never mind. Never mind. RSI is at 59. Oh, good lord. They're using it for that. Oh, damn. It's going to nuke, huh?
Yup.
The monthly is now over the 78.6%, working its way towards this 88.3%. If it can close over this 88.3%, that likely would also be a close over this previous high, which was a rejection. We want to see it ideally close over $2.91. That would give you a high probability of coming towards the 61.8%. And it's not going to be in a straight line. It's going to be like towards previous all-time highs at 330. Probably a significant rejection there, come back down to retest 290. And then from there, maybe to that 161.8, which is at $6.38. Kind of a ridiculous number to even think about XRP at $6. Momentum is still kind of technically pointed up, but now it's right at the moving average, very close to contracting. Same thing with volatility. Still technically expanding, but very close to coming to a contraction phase. The 2-week candle is still over this 88.3%. If it closes like this, high probabilities it sweeps the previous all-time highs, goes to this 95%, which is just over our previous all-time highs. This is at $3.59. But if we close below this 88.3%, then it will be highly likely that we come back down and retest this 9 EMA sitting somewhere around $1.80, $1.83. Weekly has now broken back into the 38.2%. We're bouncing currently at the 5 EMA. We want to see this end up closing green, ideally over this 38.2, which is at $2.65, to see any type of continuation of this massive pump to the upside. If we lose this 5 EMA though, $2.34, $2.35, likely comes back down to retest this bottom 38.2, which is right around $1.90. And then from there, it likely goes lower towards that 2-week 9 EMA around like $1.83, $1.85. 5 days still looking pretty decent, still above the median, above the 9 EMA, 5 EMA. It's got a little bit of a bounce towards the median, and it's been holding that as support. Momentum is starting to flip back up from the reset zone, while volatility is flipping up from almost 0%. So if we do close over this median, likely volatility continues to the upside, and momentum flips back around towards somewhere around the bullish control zone. That should take price up to retesting these current highs around the 50%, around like $2.90. If we can get a close over that's when we retest our previous all-time highs at 330. 2-day momentum is still to the upside within bullish control. Volatility is pointed up. Currently bouncing off of this 9 EMA and the 5 EMA and 61.8%. Ideally, we'd like to see a close over $2.60. That would give us a retest of our current all-time highs around 290. Then we get close over that, then previous all-time highs of 330. Or current cycle highs, not all-time highs. Daily momentum is now flipping back down, rejecting bullish control. Volatility is contracting. Have we gotten? Yeah, so we've already gotten the test of the median, which that would tell us that we probably get. And we're bouncing off the bottom 38.2. That no, it didn't quite make it to 38.2. Went to the 21 EMA. That is at $2.34. If you do lose the 38.2, that one is at $2.30. Then likely continuation towards the 55, which is about like $2. If it doesn't bounce, which is also a psychological level, if it doesn't bounce there, then highly likely it's coming down to somewhere around the 95%, which is about that same $1.81, $1.82 area. 4 hours also now flipping back down, rejecting getting out of bearish control. Well, volatility is flipped up, and we've lost the 38.2, retested it, and rejected. 4 hours giving us quite the bearish setup, to where we probably, at the very least, if we close like this, get another retest at 200, if not lower, towards the 97.5. That's at about like $2.16, $2.15.
And I saw from a glance, but the jewel too, right?
Yeah, this is also curved heavily to the downside.
Yeah.
It hasn't quite made it yet, but it's about to make it into the bearish control zone. Ding! Nope. 2-week currently has many drives of bullish divergence still active. It's going to be active as long as we're closing above $1.95 on a closing basis. We've already hit the easy targets though, because we've already went into the critical zone, so it's not much you can get off of that. Weekly. No. 3 days active hidden bullish divergence off of this higher low, and it's going to be active as long as we're closing over $2.20. The confirmation on continuation of this divergence will be a close over $2.60. That should take us up to the simple moving, well, first bullish control zone, which that number is about $2.93, retest of our current all-time highs. And then the next level would be the simple moving average, and that number is at right now $4.01. That'll be a swipe of our previous all-time highs on 2017 cycle. 2-day also has hidden bullish divergence confirmed after that higher low. To invalidate it, you'd have to close below $2.20, and to confirm continuation, you'd have to close above $2.60. If you do confirm continuation above 260, then you'd likely go towards the bullish control zone, which is also current all-time cycle highs at 295. If you invalidate it, you're probably going to go to the bearish control zone. That number sits at right now at $2.21. And 4 hour, just put in a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence off of this higher low right over here. To invalidate that divergence, you'd have to close below $2.33. To confirm continuation, we'd want to see a close above about $2.56. If you do get a close over $2.56, this likely go towards the simple moving average, and that right now is sitting at around $2.77. And then from there, you'd have the critical zone, which right now the critical zone sits at about $3.33. This is our current all-time highs from 2017. Momentum chart. Ding. 6-month momentum is still pointed quite strongly to the upside, if I do say so myself. Wow. It's going to be pointed up as long as we're above 39 cents. We're about $2.11, $2.15 over that number right now. Volatility is expanding from the lowest level it's ever been on the 6-month in XRP. Same thing as the 3-month volatility is expanding from the lowest it's ever been, pointed up, about to enter into the bullish control zone as long as we're above 88 cents. I feel like it's safe to say the quarterly and 6-month are safe from turning down anytime soon.
Mm-hmm.
The monthly is also still expanding on volatility from pretty low levels, right around 9%, about to enter into the critical zone, and we're pointed up as long as we're above $1.28. 2-week is getting pretty close to basically going to confirm volatility contraction on this weekly close. We're below the moving average. As long as we close below the moving average, we're going to get some volatility contraction. And now, but momentum is still pointed to the upside at this point. Still, as long as we're above $2.03. If you want to see where this momentum pivot goes to after this next close in 6 days and 6 hours, if this number goes up significantly, then it's going to increase the chances that we get a little bit of a pullback with volatility contraction. If it stays where it is or moves down, then it's more likely that we accumulate sideways and up while volatility contracts. On the weekly, we're getting volatility contracting for many periods of 100%. We've already dropped below the moving average. We're rejecting the critical zone, and we're going to be pointed down as long as we're below 249. It's bullish hopium to see that the volatility is contracting while momentum is pointing down. 5-day is now starting to flip up while volatility is still contracting. We're maintaining the bullish control zone, and we're going to flip up in the next 2 days and 6 hours as long as we're above $2.36. 3-day as well is already starting to flip up as well within the bullish control zone while volatility is contracting heavily. 43% volatility after many periods of 100%, and it'll flip up as long as we're above $2.37. 2 days flipping up, rejecting getting into the bearish control zone. Volatility is pretty close to expanding now. Just got to get over the moving average and we confirm volatility expansion. And we're going to be pointed up above $2.35. If we can get volatility expansion, this likely we test current all-time highs, current cycle highs, and then current all-time highs at 330. Daily is also contracting pretty heavily. It's coming from many periods of 100% volatility. And it's about to flip up within the bullish control zone, and it'll be up as long as we're above $2.42.
So does that eliminate that derp of death?
It kind of already played out because we came down towards this these moving averages around the 21.
Got it.
If it continues, then it would take us next towards the 55.
By the way, Alex, I'm sorry.
Mhm.
We'll jump into Ethereum right after you so that we have time so that people can get that, because I see lots of questions about Ethereum.
Cool. 4-hour went from a volatility expansion phase on this move up, and now it's contracting again. So technically, you should be looking for a higher low. This is a very, very dirty higher low if it is a higher low, but you should be looking for one as volatility is still contracting. If it were to start expanding with momentum to the downside, then it would be less likely that we're making a higher low. But as right now, volatility is contracting with momentum weighted down as long as we're below $2.53. So on the higher time frames, like the 6-month, 3-month, monthly, we are significantly above the momentum pivots. On the 6-month, the momentum pivot is 39 cents. On the 3-month, the momentum pivot is around confirm for you. Come on. Oh, it's 88 cents. And on the monthly, the pivot is around $1.28. So safe to say that none of those get flipped down anytime soon. You go a little bit lower, momentum is starting to shift down, and volatility is starting to expand with it, and contract with it, which is telling you that volatility is contracting with momentum pointed down. It likely makes a higher low as long as volatility is still contracting. If volatility expands, then we probably sweep our current low time frame lows and go down towards $1.80. Whereas right now, volatility is still contracting with the momentum pointed down, making a higher possibility for the higher low. And then the 6-month and the 3-month will take over and probably goes back to current cycle highs. If not, current cycle highs and then new all-time highs right above $3.30 at around $3.50. There, I'd expect a pretty sharp rejection, maybe back down to $2.90, which is the current cycle high. Then, assuming we get those 3 closes over that 78.6 at $1.40 on the monthly closures, then we probably go towards somewhere around $6.38.
I like that it's a thing in crypto. Like, oh man, I'm so embarrassed to tell you this, but the number is pretty high. I love it. Thank you, sir. Let's jump straight into Ethereum so we can get this done.
Oh, nice.
People are gonna be like, settle down, moon boys.
Exactly. Well, it's like, come on, if you're watching, like George, and he goes, I think Ethereum's gonna go to about $30,000 per Ethereum by the end of the month. You're like, come on, George. Like, come on. Even if he does, the moment from when he says it until he does, it's still fucking crazy.
Your George impersonation was just so funny.
I'm sorry. It was, by the way, it was not accurate at all. I just have to go for the laps. I do for the laps. I'm sorry, Alex. Go on.
It's okay. So here's ETH BTC. Let me just quickly go through this real fast. It's pretty simple, right? As long as we're under the 3658 level, it's really not going to be good news for Ethereum. It's not going to be good news for alts like Solana, XRP, things of that nature. There will be coins that show relative strength, of course, but overall, it's just not a good time to be bullish on alts once ETH BTC loses that 3.6 level. Here I have just represented each lower high on the weekly. So this is just solidly in a downtrend. And now our fear, which is now happening, is we're losing the 38.2%. We're also, if you do this on a daily, breaking down from this, just meme line channel representation of each higher low here. And now what it looks like to me is, with lower highs often comes lower lows. We see the median has zipped all the way up right around where, we've now lost major support at that 3.6 level, flipped into resistance. It's looking to me like this next low around 3.18 is going to get tested and most likely broken. The most logical place to look for a bounce to 61.8%, right around the 3.152. But remember, weekly volatility here is, it is not giving a setup, but it's breaking above the moving average. The bearish bias is there because trend is down. My idea on Bitcoin still going down is still there. So it's overall going to dominate my idea about ETH BTC, especially when we know Bitcoin dominance to me still looks very okay. I'm still on the camp that it did put in a major top, but nothing's really telling me that Bitcoin dominance won't test that 59.7%. And that is just more downside pressure for ETH BTC. So yes, we have support here at 3162, but I mean, technically, if I didn't have the HBDR here, we actually have a major drop down just brewing here. For me, each time we lose this 3.6 level, it often just takes us back down to the bottom of this range. We rejected here, came down, front ran it here, still came down. We see here, once we lost it, we just fell through and immediately in 1 week came all the way back down, and then just so forth. So that's why, bulls not defending that on a weekly, actually losing it, rejecting the weekly 9, putting in what looks like now another lower high, seems to me like it's just a matter of time before we actually do break down. 5 day as well is really not looking good. Same scenario on the weekly, essentially. I'm trying to see if we have any kind of volatility set up. I mean, we had one here. It's pretty mature now, though. Let me just put this on just for my own sake. Oh, actually, we did not. So what we see is it almost came down below 15% before expanding. But still, volatility is still in favor of bears. This easily can go up to the extreme levels like what we saw in May. And right now, currently, we're at 76.98%. So this still has just, in my opinion, a lot of juice still to take us all the way down. And I am talking about potentially, a 30 to 29% move down on ETH BTC, which is still pretty massive, in my opinion. Monthly 9, again, just let me take this off. You can just solidly see we haven't even tested the monthly 9 fully since it got lost here back in May. We've just solidly been front running at each rejection. This again was just playing into the fear on the weekly, which bleeds into the monthly, which is, the trend is still down. And this was the fear of us forming another lower high here, assuming onto December we don't break this next candle high. We were unable to do that. So we're still in that downtrend posturing that, we've essentially been in since we topped here in September of 2022. We've just been steadily been going down. And we see here very much like what we don't have on like the 2 day, the daily, the 3 day, and all the time frames I showed, even the weekly. The monthly is actually giving us a volatility setup, which is pretty massive. We see here there's only been really one, maybe 2 occurrences that we've gone under 15% volatility. The most recent one being in September here, where essentially once we got that expansion, this actually was a downside move, which, makes sense to me considering we are essentially just in a downtrend. And we can see essentially it was, I'll just take it from this. It's hard always to find out where to identify. We'll take it from this. No, it's too far. Let me do it again. I'll actually take it from this wick high because that does seem essentially when we started to reject hard. So that was like a 20 to 26% move. Pretty massive. So we're getting roughly around the same, kind of setup. And we can see here from when price started to really break down was really, when we started to lose essentially this major support zone here that we were holding for multiple months. We see each time we came into this zone, we actually just kept losing it. So once we actually got that expansion, it occurred right around this candle here. And so we've already gone down from a wick basis 26%. The issue is, this easily can keep going up. We've seen volatility on the monthly reach all the way up to 70%. So, it being only at 42% with a major gap down potentially tells me that this is only just beginning. So that's ETH BTC is looking quite bearish and even in the process of just breaking down right now. It's a pretty girthy red, dildo candle right there. So definitely not bullish by any means. And I wouldn't be surprised if possibly today even we actually do break this November 21st low essentially. We can even see here we're getting a Bollinger Band breakdown on the daily.
That's the type of dildo you get without lube.
Yeah, that's a Diddy move right there. So that's not good. Even the 2 day here, we see it's breaking its Bollinger Band. better on the daily that we even see it starting to expand. So just not a good sign. So that's ETH BTC. ETH USD is pretty simple to me. Let me take this off. Let's go here real quick to the weekly, because I am kind of disappointed in myself. I missed an easy short opportunity. The easy short came. Remember, we have this multi, kind of year channel here that we've had on ETH for a while. It got created on this high of 2021. We've always come down, but the thing about always coming down here is we've always slightly been supported by that, weekly SMA 200. Yes, we've slightly lost it occasionally, but it's generally always been bought up pretty quickly. This basically supported the SMA 200, led to a very nice expansion on ETH. We see we're about to actually break out. I was actually kind of getting excited about ETH, which should have been my first sign. Anytime I get excited about Ethereum breaking out, it usually just disappoints. And so why I was getting excited was because we broke out. It looked like in this week we were going to hold actually support, which we did. But, that's just as crypto. Into the third, possibly a candle holding support, we actually fell through, even lost the weekly 9 year, and then quickly rallied up. Retested it on a perfect bearish retest from the SFP here, right? SFP, bearish retest, and then we got the actual expansion down. So to me now, Ethereum is definitely not looking good. And one thing we've seen on ETH actually versus Bitcoin is Ethereum actually dumps a lot more than Bitcoin does. And I'll show that just simply on the monthly chart. On this move down, we see the monthly 9 actually got lost on ETH, while just quickly showing the monthly 9 on Bitcoin actually never got lost since the start of this bull market. Just ties into why when ETH BTC is really weak, when Bitcoin gets those moves down, just similar to what I said about Solana, Bitcoin can be down 2.8%, but ETH can be down 8% today, or 8% in the day. Yeah. So it's just never a good sign when your Bitcoin pairing is weak. Because then the spot pairing is often just weaker, especially on downside moves. So now what we see is we're actually losing the monthly 9. This is kind of a major point for Ethereum to hold. It's right around, I have support at 2,940. You're generally going to need to see a bounce up and then hold the monthly 9. If we end up losing the monthly 9, it's just going to play into kind of what's always happened with Ethereum, which is whenever we have the monthly 9 hold and then we lose it, we obviously can try to reclaim it, which is always going to be bull's objective. But generally, once we lose it, that's just what kind of leads to a chop scenario before big moves down, if not just major consolidation like what we saw here in September and October, just major months of consolidation. So being under that monthly 9 on Ethereum never is really a good sign. And we can see once it actually officially got lost here in April, we rallied up, rejected it. That led to a 28% drop. And then at that point, we lost the EMA 34, and that again led to a 44% drop. So it's just kind of at a big zone here, especially when we see monthly volatility is actually on the precipice of giving us a volatility setup, which granted, we've only really had one volatility setup on Ethereum monthly. Giving another one while this is possibly losing the monthly 9 and rejecting the top of this channel is definitely not a good sign. And the way these are drawn too is, you can only really draw these so tight before it just doesn't make sense. Technically the way I've drawn this is kind of getting to the point where it's at the end of it, the channel. So you're either going to see, a big break up or down, in my opinion, actually. If this is going to be correct, this channel. And I don't find it a coincidence that monthly volatility is still contracting and potentially going to give us another setup. I'm curious to see how the 2-month volatility is looking too. We see here the 2-month is actually the lowest volatility read ever recorded, and just again still contracting and approaching the 15% mark. An interesting point on this 2-month too is, it essentially, we had a really nice wick high rejection, wick high essentially here. It led to a nice rejection. Again, just makes the objective for bulls harder to put in the higher high. Now we see, okay, the higher low for me is at 2,153. You can see that clear here on the monthly 2,000, whatever the low was in August, which is at 2,112. That's the next macro higher low. So as a bull, if I take this off, you're essentially not going to want to break that. Essentially, this high that you formed is going to be your higher high, and so you should be looking for some kind of higher low, preferably wherever that EMA 9 is. But if not, you generally then are going to look lower, possibly at 2,600, if not at $2,761, right around where the monthly 21 is, assuming the monthly 9 doesn't hold.
I'll save the price by saying Ethereum will never go to $4,000 again. Thank you, everyone. You're welcome.
God damn, we're trying to give some kind of hope, but it is really actually looking that way, especially with potentially this being at the end of, if this is going to be true, this channel, this really could end up breaking down or breaking out, and so we're getting nice, monthly volatility, real fast. I'll check the 5-day. The 5-day EMA 9's heavily rejecting us. We're now losing that EMA 34. You're going to be now looking at first that psychological number near $3,000, if not at 2,947. Lose that. Most likely ended up going back up to 2,800. And then at that point, if we start losing that, that could be kind of, especially in the 5-day, your first sign of, well, this actually could end up testing down to $2,600. And at that point, with what I know with the monthly EMA 9 getting lost, and the next target once you lose the EMA 100 is the SMA 200, it really could actually start looking like ETH is going to actually majorly break down. And if it actually does break down, it'll be interesting because my criteria for a terrible altcoin is if in the next cycle it can't break its previous cycle high, and unfortunately it did not. So I mean, if we end up going bear, let's say in a dystopian society, we go bear, the bear market hits us, and ETH actually starts rolling over. I mean, that's really going to be bad news for all the people who have their net worths in ETH, because that
I just think it could take a very long time, right? Because if XRP of all shit was able to do it, and again, XRP also isn't deflationary. It's not like a set number of anything. Ever since I saw that chart, I'm like, all right, there's a chance everything else can make an all-time high, as long as it doesn't break pivotal lows, right? That's what I would think.
We just need another picture of Vitalik's massive dong.
True. Only that could save us at this point. So, yeah, I mean, that's kind of all I have on ETH. There's really not much else to talk about. You're kind of just at major support now. You're really going to need to hold the 2,940 region. If you really don't hold that, it's like you're already then losing the SMA 200 right there. Next level, I mean, for me, would be close to 2,600. The hopium is the 5-day EMA 100, holds around 2,800, but it's really not looking good. And it's, ETH pairing is not looking good at all. We see the median too is all the way at 4,100 on the 5-day. Hopium is the 78.6% holds. If not, I do think we're going to end up going back to 2,600 on ETH. And at that point, I mean, if that goes into the monthly, that's just going to give us a terrible monthly. It will actually be interesting to see how low this volatility setup goes, because, this actually could give us a really easy trade. Maybe we do end up coming back down, and then maybe we get a bounce and we come back up, rolls over because it's now in a downtrend. I would personally just want to short the retest here. If we get this retest, especially if we're getting confirmation that the monthly volatility is expanding. But until then, I'm not really looking to trade ETH. It's really looking weak to me. And it's definitely a lot weaker than Bitcoin. So
silver cross on the daily too.
Yeah, just be aware of that. I'm sure. Let's see here. Actually, let me check that real fast.
Daily.
Let me check it on ETH BTC first. Let me just go from the monthly. So nothing of concern there. The 2-week. Nope. Weekly. So the 9 on the weekly is about to cross the 21. So we'll have to see where the 9 actually shifts to into ETH BTC's weekly close.
This is the dollar pairing.
Oh, this was? Oh, you were right.
Yeah.
Oh, good eye. Oh, I'll just go to the daily because it seems like that's the only thing. And you're actually right. Yeah, the fresh silver cross here. We see the 21 crossing under the 55. We see the 9 is very heavily supporting that idea. You see that daily EMA 100 also is just, kind of been acting as nice support on ETH. Gave us a lot of chop. 9 came all the way around this zone where the mean line is, heavy rejection. So now what we see is, we're at the SMA 200 on the daily. Doesn't hold here, then yeah, I mean, next target for me is 2600. Let me see what the ETH BTC pairing looks like. We've already had a silver cross for a while here. When we approached the 55, it was concerning, but it still didn't decross essentially to the downside. And then let me just see if the weekly at all. No, I mean, yeah, nothing. So just really the daily, honestly, on both. It's ETH freshly has one though. So, just be wary of this. This isn't really looking the best. Volatility is approaching somewhat of the extreme. So, maybe at best you get that consolidation right at that SMA 200. So as a bull though, you're really not going to want to lose that SMA 200 because then you're going to really run the risk of us coming all the way back down to 2600. And then depending on where monthly BBWP is into, February, this could already have been contracted. And then you could start seeing this expand February or March, leading really to not a good time if that's to the downside. So that's all I really have on ETH. It's not looking good, bro.
It is indeed not looking good. I mean, there's a lot of shit that's not looking good. Even that Bitcoin right now is not looking good. Traditional market's not looking great, right?
Yeah, we just need the Chinese government to announce that they're reversing their ban and they will also start a strategic reserve.
Oh, good. Well, on their Chinese Bitcoins?
Yeah, on one Chinese Bitcoin and then the Russian government for the Russian Ethereums.
I'd love to see that. All righty, boys. It's 4 hours. I'm going to take it over from here. I'm going to show everyone and share what these charts. And if you have anything else to say, anything else you want to look at, or just say adios, that's it. This is your chance.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Wow.
Adios,
Thank you,
amigos.
boys. Have a good one. Enjoy. Fucking kills me. Ok, estamos viendo Ethereum. Básicamente el gráfico de Ethereum que más importa en mi opinión es justamente el diario, pero antes de ir al gráfico más importante quiero poner Ethereum Bitcoin porque lo que estaba viendo era o sea, para empezar vean esto, ¿no? Fácil de entender, tranquilito, ¡pum! Breakdown, damas y caballeros. Se viene el fondillo con esto y además tienes volatilidad expandiendo junto con el movimiento agresivamente a la alza. Eso es lo que quiero que vean. Que en lo que está cayendo la relación de Ethereum-Bitcoin, estamos teniendo volatilidad expandiendo en esta vela. Y está expandiendo no de un punto bastante excelente, ¿no? Donde consideraríamos el cero perfecto que sea 15%, porque el 15% está acá, solamente para que tengan una referencia. Pero no importa, doblaste por encima del promedio y ahora ahí va la volatilidad expandiendo en lo que estás viendo este gran Don Peru. Vamos a ver si en la de 2 semanas también lo tiene. Me imagino que no, este va a ser como el límite. Sí, exactamente, ese es el front run. Ok, la semanal en esto. Denle 30 minutos a este pedo para refrescar. Ahí lo tienen. Y aquí estamos con Ethereum Bitcoin, la relación de Ethereum Bitcoin. Pueden ver de hasta dónde va. Denle 30,000 minutos más a esto para cerrar. Y de nuevo, esto es histórico. Esto nunca, esta línea diagonal meme de soporte nunca se había roto en la relación entre Bitcoin e Ethereum. Nunca. Y el promedio del 200, el S&P 200, nunca había estado tan arriba, sobre todo del precio. Nunca en su historia. Tienes cruces plateados para abajo, continúa esto. Esto me haría pensar que o estamos cerca de un fondo bueno y todo va a cambiar rápido a la alza, que podría ser, por ejemplo, el hopium que les di de los incendios, o no mamen cómo está todo cocinado y se acabó esto. No me deja como pensar en otra opción. No hay una gran cantidad de cosas que estén pasando. Vamos a ver Ethereum como tal, rápidamente, denle 30 minutos, Ethereum US Dollar, perfecto. ¿Este gráfico tiene dibujos o no? Espérenme, perdón, que sí. Ok, les había yo puesto justamente este gráfico, esta línea meme en diagonal, junto con esta línea meme en horizontal, como puntos clave. Podemos ver que venimos a hacer un retesteo de la misma, caímos, retestear de esta y caímos. Esto es en la semanal. En la semanal estamos por debajo del promedio del 9 y el 21. Déjenme empiezo rápido en la de un mes. porque la de un mes es importantísima. Como siempre les digo, queremos estar arriba de nuestro promedio del 9 en la mensual. Eso es completamente importante y lo estamos perdiendo. Estamos perdiendo nuestro promedio del 9 que está en los $3,034. Estamos cotizando un poco abajo de $3,000 con un mínimo el día de hoy de $2,919. El promedio del 9 está aquí abajo, el 55 está aquí abajo, el 100 está ahí abajo. Bien, en la mensual, volatilidad está preparando un setup. Está cayendo y está a punto de caer por debajo del promedio. Por debajo del 15%. 15% es lo que estamos buscando. Y esto, si se da el empujón tal cual de volatilidad con esto, como lo estamos viendo, va a ser bastante negativo. Vamos a la de 2 semanas. En la de 2 semanas estamos por abajo del 9, abajo del 21 y aguantando por acá. Tenemos volatilidad expandiendo en este movimiento, pero no nos está dando una pista clara en este momento, además de que la volatilidad comenzó a contraerse acá en la de 2 semanas. ¿Ok? Arriba del 9, el 21, 55 y el 100. Vamos rápido a la semanal. La semanal estamos abajo del 9, del 21 nos rebotó el 55 y la volatilidad no nos está dando ningún setup de absolutamente nada. Creando altos más bajos y bajos más bajos definitivamente. Queremos muy posiblemente aguantar en esta zona. Si no aguantamos esta zona, nos vamos a ir a los 2,600 mínimo y a ver si eso aguanta como un nuevo mínimo. La diaria. La diaria está a punto de tener un cruce plateado a la baja. Lo puedes ver acá, donde el amarillo está por debajo del naranja y se ve claramente a la derecha. Tienes nuestra línea meme en los 3,300, tienes el promedio del 9, el promedio del 100, ambos rechazando y ahorita el S&P 200 aguantándonos. Normalmente cuando flipamos el S&P 200 en Ethereum es cuando todo empieza a valer madres. Y tenemos que poner mucha atención a esto, porque acá no pudimos rebotar, caímos, hicimos un S&P a la alza, intentamos convertirlo en soporte, pero no pudimos. Desde que lo recuperamos en noviembre, hemos estado muy por encima de él y aquí venimos a retestearlo. La primera vez que lo retesteamos después de mucho tiempo, se rompió a la baja, solamente para que lo tengan en mente, y fue a los 2,830. Estamos retesteándolo una vez más. Vamos a ver cómo se da. Esta vela va a cerrar en 5 horas, 12 minutos. Déjenme, me adelanto un poco y veamos las 4 horas, a ver qué nos dice, si va a haber un rebote chido o no. Dejen que todo popule, mis 19 promedios. Ok, 4 horas. Estamos muy por debajo de todo. El promedio del 200 está arriba. No hay absolutamente nada más que aire limpio para abajo. Y yo me imagino que todas las temporalidades abajo de esto lo van a tener, simplemente porque tiene sentido. A ver si la de 12 horas me puede partir la noticia. ¿Dónde estás? Ahí está, el 200 perdido en la de 12 horas. Vamos a ver si podemos regresar por encima del 3,168. Si no, yo me imagino que esto va a sangrar a la tabla principal y esto va a caer de los 3,000 una vez más, estar por debajo del promedio de los 200 y darnos una vuelta para acá. En ETH-BTC, porque todo el mundo está esperando el mercado alcista de ¿cómo se llama? De todo lo que es cripto y Web3 y la chingada, hasta que no pases de este punto, que vas a regresar también a retomar esta línea, no puedes ni siquiera empezar a pensar en altcoins. Estamos hablando del punto 0.36, estamos abajo un 11%. Y además, esto tiene un poco de confluencia con la dominancia de Bitcoin recuperando terreno. Lo que creemos es que la dominancia de Bitcoin puede venir a dar una vuelta más al 59.3%, hasta un poco más abajo de este tope que habíamos hecho antes. Y eso nos haría, porque está recuperando el promedio del S&P 200 en la de 12 horas, en la diaria. ¿Ya lo hicimos o no? Tenemos un cruce plateado a la alza en la de 12 horas. Acá todavía no, pero esto probablemente nos lleve a la zona del 59.16 y ahí tengo un mínimo, un alto más bajo y dar continuación a la bajada. Pero por ahora tenemos todos los ingredientes para poder decir que esto ya se cocinó y no pinta nada bien. Ahí lo tienen. Estos fueron los análisis el día de hoy. tengan un ojo en el dólar. Si el dólar continúa y va a continuar subiendo, siguiente gran predicción para fin de este año o mediados de este año va a ser la vuelta del dólar. Por ahora todavía no llegamos ni siquiera a lo que es el tope. Tengamos mucha atención ahí, pongamos mucha atención a los intereses. Recuerda, la Reserva Federal les vendió a todos ustedes, a todos, incluyéndome a mí, nos intentó intentar vender la idea que ellos pueden bajar intereses o subirlos cuando quieran. El mercado les acaba de decir que no es cierto y se los está demostrando a todos ustedes. La última vez que esto pasó fue en el 2000, si no fue el 2007, fue el 2000, en el 2000, el dot-com bubble, pero ahí lo tienen. Solamente pongan atención a esas cosas, tengan los ojos bien abiertos, vean este velazo de la dominancia de Bitcoin subir, pongan atención a sus tablas, asegúrense de saber dónde están sus puntos de entrada y salida y también recuerden, cuando se dan oportunidades de extremo, no seas, ¿cómo se dice? Avaro. Si estás viendo que el precio bajó más a esta zona, casi la tocó. Ok, si ves que el precio está llegando acá, puedes abrir un long, obviamente con poco apalancamiento, sabiendo que tu invalidación es básicamente nada. Entonces, cuando estás en extremos, es una buena oportunidad de tirar un long en un rebote y no quedártelo y comértelo entero. Llévate tu porcentaje y vete a dormir. Es todo lo que tenemos el día de hoy por acá. El peso continúa perdiendo terreno contra el dólar, lo mismo el euro, lo mismo la libra, y pues todo continúa para arriba, señores. Esto es un mercado bastante extraño. Les mando un fuerte abrazo, cuídense mucho y nos vemos pronto. ¿Cómo de que no? Oye, ¿cómo de que no, brother? Sí,